So, good morning, everyone. It's a true honor and a great joy to welcome you at the ICPMA Conference Day here in Seoul, co-hosted with CMAK. So my name is Raquel Campos Matos. I think you already know me, most of you, but I would like to share with you a little bit more about my journey and about who am I. I'm from Porto, from Portugal. My background is civil engineering since 2006, and I started my career in structural engineering design, and I must confess that I still love a good technical meeting. From the very beginning, I realized that what truly motivated me was not calculating complex structures, but solving problems. And I soon realized that most of the problems did not come from a bad technical design. The real challenge was often creating alignment, promoting the communication and organization, and behind the conditions for people to achieve the best possible results. The results that truly the client wants and needs and values. So that became my natural path toward project management, a path that I embraced and with great enthusiasm and curiosity, always and still eager to learning and growing. Over the years, I continued to develop my skills through further studies. I completed an MBA, a PMI, and I remain enthusiastic on learning. Today, I'm the project manager director at GAG, that is a consultancy company based in Porto, but with an international presence and mindset. At GAG, we work in complex engineering projects and we provide design and project management services across a global portfolio, like in Europe, of course, but also Africa, Latin America, Middle East. So this is me. Okay. This is my city, Porto, the company where I work since 2006. The works that I get more involved, it was an airport in Rwanda, also a factory of vaccines in Rwanda, and nowadays the high-speed railway in Portugal. And here in Barcelona, in Sagrada Familia, this is my own sacred family. So, ICPMA. ICPMA is a unique global organization that disseminates the best practices in construction and project management. It's a dynamic network of construction professionals that want to share the knowledge and offering the business opportunities internationally. But it's also more than this. My connection to ICPMA began early, influenced by my father, when he organized the first ICPMA conference in Porto in 2012. I was deeply impressed at the time of the openness that which people were communicating and were collaborating in a way that I never seen before in a professional network. Professionals with enormous experience were, of course, exploring professional opportunities, but also sharing knowledge, freely discussing them openly and ideas, welcome everyone with kindness, enthusiasm, and genuine joy in what they were doing. And over the years, I have had the privilege of becoming more actively involved, and since 2024 as a president of ICPMA. And I truly hope that, as some of you say, this second generation will be able to preserve and carry forward the ICPMA spirit for many years to come. Not that. So, 2 years ago in New York, in the ICPMA conference, Chairman Bay approached us with the idea of organizing a joint conference between ICPMA and CMAK here in Seoul. At the time, Madrid was already under preparation for the previous conference, but we were very happy to take on this challenge for 2026, and here we are. Last year, we had our first work meeting in a Starbucks in Madrid, and after months of meetings across time zones and continents, we were working with Robert Bennett in the United States, me in Portugal, and Margaret and Sherman Bay here in Seoul. So it was really challenging to mix all the time zones. CMAK is a highly respected organization with a remarkable contribution to construction project management, not only in Korea, but also internationally. And in ICPMEA, it has always been a valued and active member. For that, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sherman Bay and Margaret Won, and the entire organization team for making this journey possible. Thank you. This year conference is also very meaningful because we are celebrating the 25 years of ICPMEA. And this is a very special date that we celebrate today, while also marking an important milestone in our international journey. For the first time, ICPMEA is holding the conference in East Asia, here in Seoul. In just 3 years, our journey taken us from New York to Madrid and now Seoul. And today we are also proud to welcome participants from across the world. I think we are 15 nationalities here today. Several countries from Europe, Asia, United States, Australia and Kuwait represents this global ICPMEA community. As someone coming from Portugal, I often see a parallel with part of the Portuguese history. Portuguese history was shaped by crossing boundaries, challenging the Atlantic Sea, and navigating means exploring the unknown with curiosity, fear, courage, and resilience. And we connect people with so many different backgrounds and exchange knowledge to create value. In many ways, I think this is exactly what the project managers do. We go and cross the ocean, we cross cultures, different professional backgrounds, dealing with risks, with human expectation, connecting people with different ideas and realities. And since 2001, ICPMEA is also doing exactly that, building bridges between professionals with different cultures, creating this global community. I truly hope that we continue to strengthen these connections in the years ahead, reaching new regions in the world, welcoming new perspectives and continuing to grow. So, with this in mind, with this spirit in mind, sorry, this was the one for you. We at New York. So with this in mind, we have the theme of this year's conference. And I'd like to say some words about this theme and why we selected. So the construction sector is becoming more complex, more technological, more interconnected than ever. First, we face tighter schedules, cost pressures, talent shortages, growing expectations around sustainability, resilience, digital transformation. Every day we navigate the uncertainty, geopolitical, financial, climate-related. Second, we are going to a period of major transformation in our industry, driven by incredible fast innovation. We know that technology helps us work better and faster, but we also know that it cannot replace the judgment, the responsibility, the ethic. Those remain fundamentally human, and we are still learning how to balance these both. At the same time, our industry faces a fundamental paradox. We are expected to deliver projects faster than ever, while managing increasingly levels of technical, regulatory, environmental, stakeholder requirements and complexity. And alongside this transformation, another reality is becoming increasingly clear, that everything is connected. The society, the economy, environment, and technology. So our project sits in all the intersection of these systems. And that is why we believe, when we choose this theme for the conference, that it is really relevant to talk about this and to see how to do the reshaping of the future construction project management innovation as a catalyst. Through today, we'll discuss some of key transformations shaping our industry, like in digitalization, AI, sustainability, leadership, involving role of project managers in increasing these complex environments. We also will look to how new technologies and approaches are applied in the practice and how governance, risk management, decision-making influence this project delivery. We also reflect about new ways of collaborating, leading teams, managing people in this change. And while our industry continues to evolve rapidly, we must never lose the sight of what remains essential, understanding the people behind and every project. In this afternoon, we also will give a special voice to the next generation through today's Young ICP-MEA session with Nikon. When these young professionals were challenged to imagine the future of construction project management, they suggest one idea about the space architecture and the spaceport delivery. At the time I thought, space? What space? I never imagined that we were talking about the space. And I remember to think, wow, that is coming, something I will never ever imagine myself. And their ideas remind me that the future belongs to those that are willing to challenge today's limits and imagine what comes next. And if you are nervous, I don't know, I can say that me too. I'm always nervous before talking, but that's not a problem, because we are curious people just wanting also to know more about what you already know more than us. So we look to the future, but it's equally important to pause and reflect at the journey that brought us here. Over the last few days here in Seoul, I have been particularly impressed about how this city balanced the technology ambition with the cultural continuity. Progress is not leaving the past behind, it's about learning from it, transforming that knowledge into a better future. And that is why later today, in our roundtable with former ICP-MEA presidents and moderated by Louis Gunnigan, we'll invite us to reflect on the evolution of our profession, on the challenges and opportunities for the future. Okay. So today, as we come together here in Seoul, I hope you'll cross borders, create connections, share knowledge, and start new collaboration. This is what ICP-MEA is about. I don't want to close the session before I'd like to invite you to be part of the next ICP-MEA conference, and we already know where we'll be. That is in Malta. So this is a beautiful country in the heart of the Mediterranean, with historic meeting points also between culture and civilizations. I thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for strengthening this community. I wish you all an inspiring, memorable conference and that you enjoy it. But I don't know if it goes. The video? Yes, can you put the video? This is the part of enjoy. But it doesn't work. No problem. So we have also a video from Malta that I would like to share. The person in charge of the association was not able to come here this year, but he is very enthusiastic, and he sent a video for you to invite you for the next conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrei Kakia, President of the Malta Chamber of Construction Management, MCCM. Since 2024, our partnership with ICPMA has focused on driving professional growth and knowledge sharing within Malta's rapidly growing sector. By connecting professionals, exchanging ideas, and learning from one another, we can help drive progress across the industry. It is therefore a great pleasure to announce that, together with ICPMA, next year's international conference will be held right here in Malta. MCCM is proud to host this event, and we cannot wait to welcome you all to our island. Special thanks goes to Raquel Campos Amatos for the invitation to be virtually with you today. On behalf of MCCM, I wish you all a successful conference here in Seoul, and I am looking forward to meeting many of you in person here in Malta next year. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. So let's dig in. My name is Michel Van Mark. I'm a member of ICPMA and member of the steering committee for now 2 years. Basically, I'm the one collecting the money and spending it wisely, as much as possible. And today I have the chance of chairing this first session. So for this first session, we really have the chance of having with us experts from the industry, who will tell us a bit about innovation as a catalyst. And when we talk about innovation, I'm always happy to see that nowadays we're trying to mix the notion of innovation with the notion of being hands-on, being practitioners. And this mixture allows us to come up with some new practicalities and ways of working, and trying to adapt these new technologies to our field, which is not yet very, very digitalized. So in this world we're living in, I like this term of VUCA, the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And from my perspective, it's getting stronger and stronger. And for these new challenges, we are always looking for innovative ways to solve our challenges. So with no further ado, I'm inviting David Prenglis, our first speaker. David is a partner at Regent Partners, who just acquired his previous company called Adept Management. David has been on the stage for several times at ICPMA already, and he's been a construction professional with 25 years of experience, and he's our newest member of the steering committee at ICPMA. Thank you, David. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And yeah, it's been great to be part of a steering committee in the last year. Big thank you to ICPMA and all that you do for the industry, and in kind of grouping these connections and getting this big mix of people together. I think that's one of the most enjoyable things about these conferences we've learned over the last few years, is just the enjoyment of talking about slightly different, maybe the same things, but in a slightly different way, with a slightly different context, with slightly different challenges of culture that people bring from different countries, and how we tackle those same challenges, but in slightly different ways. I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes just chatting about some of our experiences over the last 25 years, and under this title of Positive Construction Disruption, which I have to say slowly, because after I submitted the title, I realized it's quite hard if you say it quickly to get your mouth around that one. And I hope it translates reasonably well. I was almost going to test the AI with a joke and see if it translated, see if I got a laugh in Korean, but I'm not going to do that because it might not work. So yeah, over the last 25 years, as Michelle mentioned previously, as Adept Management and now as Regent Partners, we've been working to try and kind of solve some of the challenges in particular elements of phases of projects, particularly in the design and engineering phase. And what I'm going to do this morning is take us on a bit of a journey, hopefully. Yeah, that's good. Takes on a bit of a journey. As project managers, we all like a bit of a map, even if it's a blurry one. I'm going to chat briefly about who we are, talk about this challenge of actually certainty in that design engineering phase, how we've tried to resolve that. But what I want to spend most of my time on is some of the lessons we've learned in deploying new technologies, in trying to innovate, in trying to kind of adjust the way project managers solve some of the challenges that we have. Because it's, as people have already mentioned, it's not all about the technology, it's about how you bring people with you, it's about how you respond to the behavioural changes, predict the behavioural changes that might come about. All of that is actually the key drivers of how you get success and how you disrupt in a positive way. So first of all, if you don't know, if you've not heard of Ridge, and internationally I think a lot of people haven't heard of Ridge. They've been around since 1946, so 80-year-old company. And as part of Adept, we were a 55-strong team, but we're now part of a 1,500-strong consultancy, full multidisciplinary. We've got design disciplines within us, but also building surveying teams, project managers, cost managers, development managers, kind of delay analysis, independent experts, all sorts of, as part of our wider team. And most of the team are based within the UK, but as you'll see, our expertise actually has been on projects internationally. We had a US business for a number of years. We're doing work both in the US, but also across the globe. But what we're keen to do is actually try and also find some partners in the Far East that we can work with. I mentioned some of those projects. These are the kind of projects that we get involved in over years, and they range across the scales. So we've been involved in £3 million schools, right up to multi-billion pound mega infrastructure projects and everything in between, from healthcare facilities, from aviation projects, data centres, battery factories, railways, stations, big sewers, multi-billion pound sewers, yeah, you can spend a lot of money on a sewer. Large research facilities, commercial developments, all sorts of things that have helped us to learn from all of those different types of projects, different ways of doing things. Actually, how do we adapt what we're doing and the things that we've been learning and trying to develop over the years? And we've done some work outside of that sector now because we recognise outside of construction there are complex challenges and complex projects where they have the same challenges of how do you get systems to integrate across each other. So we're starting to move and see some movement, some interest from other sectors as well in deploying some of those great things that we learn in construction and how to deploy it. So, the certainty challenge, what am I talking about here? So, I think, I keep on clicking both here, because I've got my slides on here as well. What we've been trying to do over the last 25 years is to really try and solve this challenge of how do we bring certainty in the design engineering phases. I think a lot of work has been done over a long period of time in bringing certainty to construction phases of projects. But what we've tried to focus on in the last 25 years is actually how do we bring the improvement in the design engineering phases. There was a slide that Katie had up yesterday, which I had in my presentation, and I've removed it, about how, as we move through our project life cycle, the ability to influence cost vastly diminishes. It's those design phases where we have the real ability to influence the outturn cost of our project. So we've been spending 25 years trying to delve into that and try and improve that. It started with some research between the industry and academia, and then we've gradually deployed that out, and there's been various generations of software tools we've developed, but a methodology that kind of underpins that has been at the forefront of what we've been doing. So that's what we've been trying to challenge. So let's think about a project, just so we can delve into it a little bit more. So here is a project called the European Spallation Source, which some of you may have heard of. It's a major research facility in Sweden, multinational kind of organisations involved in it, hugely complex stakeholders, hugely complex technology. So the technology was being developed at the same time as the facility is being designed. So you're trying to design a facility for something that you don't know what the technology is. So when you're asking the questions, what are the requirements for this space? We can't tell you right now. We've got to actually still work that through. So there's lots of complexity in those earlier phases of projects on something like this. But what is actually going on? It's a very simple diagram, but if you've heard me speak before, I often refer to this one. In our design engineering phases, we have got a set of activities being done, and each of those circles represent a different activity that's being done. An activity by an architect to determine some layouts, activities by engineers to run some calculations to determine the air requirements in a particular space, to then enable them to go on and do the next set of activities for sizing air handling units, for sizing ductwork, to enable them to model that. And all of those different tasks being done by different people in the design engineering phase are connected by information. It is not like a construction sequence, which is fairly linear in its form and driven by something that is quite tangible. Actually, in the engineering design space, it's driven by a flow of information. So those calculations are generating some information that somebody else is using to do something else with them. The models that come out are information that somebody else is going to take and use it to coordinate. And in inputting into some of those activities are the constraints on certain activities, constraints on things. Those constraints could be decisions from our client teams. They could be statutory constraints. There are all sorts of things that are impacting those tasks, and whilst we can't control them as a project team in the way that we would like to, actually we need to make sure we understand where those key constraints are, where those key inputs are, so we can help and advise our clients. And then from some of those tasks come the key deliverables, the sets of drawings, the model information, the specifications, the reports that we all need to enable us to move into those next phase of projects, to go and procure packages, to go and build something. And often the focus is on those deliverables, but actually we need to understand the entire process to understand how we're going to get there and really drive some certainty. Now, this diagram, that is not a tadpole, in case any of you are thinking that's what that is. That is effectively a map of a project life cycle, moving from the design space through to a handover of a project. And as you move through from your design engineering phases, through your procurement into your construction, actually things go from very complex with lots of interdependency. So if you think about the definition of a complex project, is all around interconnectedness, being able to kind of emerging information. And that's what you have in the design space. Lots of that complexity, lots of that flow of information going around. But as you move through your life cycle, things become more linear. It's not to say they're easy to manage in a construction phase. We know they're not. But they become more linear. So a lot of the project management approaches actually work better in those linear phases of projects than they do in those more complex phases of projects. And we know that handover date doesn't change, and we're always moving to the right, and we kind of have a tendency to squeeze the design into basically what's left, but all of that complexity is there. So I mentioned that as we move in those linear processes, what we find is, the more traditional project management approaches and planning and scheduling approaches like critical path methodology, they work well with linear processes. If you try and apply critical path methodology on an iterative process like design, it will fall over. If you've ever tried to map something with a loop within P6 or within Microsoft Project, it cannot schedule it. It simply can't schedule it. So it just doesn't work in those iterative processes. But we know design and engineering has iteration within it. It is by nature going to have that iterative process within it. So that's often the reason why it's more difficult to plan that design phase, because of those iterative processes, and become the more kind of traditional methodologies we have just don't work so well. And also the effort, people see it as, well, actually, there's less cost density in the design phase, so maybe I don't need to plan and manage it quite as well as I would. But as I mentioned, actually the deliverables come out of design will determine how successful our projects are. So we do need to drive that certainty, we do need to drive that improvement, and because ultimately all of those deliverables are sets of packages to enable us to go on and do the next set of things. And what you can see here is a critical chain model of every single one of the deliverables, so we can understand actually where are the pressures in achieving each of those deliverable sets. So what we've been deploying over the years, I'll do this very quickly, is a tool called Flow. It used to be called the ADEPT technique, Analytical Design Planning Technique, which came out of the academia. research, academic research. And it's all about kind of working with teams to capture what needs to be done. And that's not just for tasks, but also the dependencies of information. That's the critical thing to capture from your design teams. What are the dependencies of information? Using something called the dependency structure matrix to actually streamline that process, understand where the iteration is, and also then plan it more effectively. Then look at how that applies to the constraints of our project, understand those critical chains of delivery, and then work with the teams to actually model that and deliver to that schedule, and kind of think of sat-nav systems, I think I've shown before on previous slides, to actually kind of understand where we are, understand the roadblocks up ahead, think about our estimated time of arrival, and actually try and resolve those different things and focus on the right challenges. So the tool itself, as I say, is capturing that information from teams, doing this DSM analysis to enable us to understand the kind of the true nature of where the iteration is. I was working on one last night, which has got a block of 771 activities in one single block, which we're going to have to try and work with the team to actually try and unravel and work out where the real challenges are. How do we break that down into more manageable chunks of work? Understand how that works with constraints, in terms of the constraints for the project. Yes, provide the information for people, but also making sure we're getting the right information and the right data from the team to enable us to understand where are the pressure points, where are the, how do we take a more active risk management approach. I think, I'm not sure Dave's here, but Dave from Australia was mentioning yesterday, moving from that passive risk management to an active risk management approach. There's a lot of risk in that design process, particularly in delivery. How do we understand and get the right information to enable us to then make the right decisions and drive the right action? And we've tested this over a lot of projects now. We're at almost 160 projects, a huge value. And I mentioned we've kind of worked across the globe, but you'll see this big gap we've got in East Asia. So we're keen to find partners to work with, to deploy some of these projects in East Asia. We think there's, from discussions I've had, we think there's opportunities to help and improve in those earlier phases of projects on projects out here as well. So we're keen to talk to people about that. So let me talk about those lessons in deployment. I want to spend the rest of the time on that, really. The first challenge really is, if you really want to disrupt and get a positive outcome, you have to engage the people. It's no point just bringing a new tool, trying to impose it on a project team, where they don't understand the why, they don't understand what you're going to do, and they don't understand how you're going to do it, and they're not engaged. So that is the first thing. Any kind of innovation, and particularly digital tools, we cannot ignore the people. We have got to work with them. We've got to engage with them. We've got to get them to be involved in both the development, but also how it's deployed as effectively as possible. What we've seen over the last 25 years is the industry has changed a lot. A few people were kind of talking about BIM yesterday. So I remember kind of going back 15 years, having conversations with teams of people as BIM was starting to be used more widely across the UK. And people were saying, well, to be honest, Dave, now that we've got BIM, we probably don't need to map and understand the design process because we'll just all be working in the model together. Well, 15 years later, we are seeing more and more of the need for what we're doing to map the design process, because actually the tools are great, but actually there is a huge amount of effort goes at putting the information into the tool. And if you want to take the best, make the best benefit out of having a model and to be able to use it to verify the information, run the coordination checks at the right time, validate the information that's coming out, actually you need to make sure you're putting the information into the model in the right sequence. So that's, that challenge is still there, but we have adapted some of the things that we've done. We've adapted some of the language, we've adapted some of the technology to reflect this change and this movement and this increasing digital transformation that we're seeing within our customers. But we've also pushed back a little bit. So there's been a lot of chat over the last few years from us, asking us, well, can you not just automate that data going into the system? So rather than having to getting people inputting the status of information and the risks associated with delivery and the constraints, can't you just capture all of that from looking at the model? And we push back on that because my concern is, with a lot of this digital, and I think this is true of a number of areas of digital transformation, if we take away all of that, those touch points and discussion points and that human challenge and that need for a team to understand where they are, as opposed to just relying on something else, inputting some data to run a report, actually we'll start to lose some of the ownership of what we're doing, and we'll start to get less quality information to enable us as project managers to then take the right action. So I think there's a question mark over how much data we automate. I think we need, as project managers, to take the lead on determining what we think is appropriate and where the how best to use that. And that leads into the next point of trying to predict behavioural changes. So one of the things we found is as we've generated more data for design engineering teams, and they've been able to see before around the constraints that are potentially impacting them based on what people have reported, how individual disciplines are doing at completing activities, actually how teams respond to that is quite challenging. If you start feeding that data to them, you might get a different behaviour next time where somebody looks at the data and suddenly gets very defensive. Well, if you're going to use the data to show this, hang on a minute, I'm going to probably report differently next time. So I think when you're deploying any technology, think about what the potential behavioural changes are going to be and adapt how you present it. So we rarely present that left-hand chart because we know the behaviours will change if we present it, but occasionally we will need to. But we think there is a way of messaging this information in a way that you can minimise the kind of more negative potential behavioural changes. Conscious of time, I think the final thing, unfortunately the title's kind of moved a little bit. As project managers, our role has got to be to use this technological data, use these innovations to actually drive a real improvement. More data is not the answer. It's actually the action that we need. So as project managers, we've got to understand the data that is going into our systems and that's coming out of our systems so that we can drive the action that's necessary. Because ultimately, if we really want positive disruption, if we really want improvement to our projects, we have got to drive the right impact out of the data. So in summary, as project managers, there's a huge opportunity for us to drive projects to be more efficient, to be leaner. But we have got to, as I say, focus on, one, understanding the data that is out there for us, one, understanding the challenges, the behavioural challenges that we have and the predictions of what might change, and use that and continue to take the lead. We have got to continue to lead. We cannot rely on the data to lead our teams. We have got to continue to lead in the right way to drive true improvement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, David, for this first presentation, which gets us in a good pace for the day. Our second speaker today, I think he doesn't need introduction anymore, as he has been a former president of ICPMA. He today is the chairman of the International Institute of Projects and Program Management, and he has done more than 100 keynotes presentations all over the world. So let's say this will be his 101st keynote today. So I'm happy to introduce Adesh Jain.
I'm not sure how many will be relevant today. The time is changing. So really, it's great to be here. And I'm so privileged to talk to you, the builders of the future. So let me start with this. And thanks to all of you, the past president, future presidents, people who are building the society through governance, through ethics, these are going to be major challenges today. So I'm going to take the many slides quickly to give you an overall view of what is going to be ahead of us. Let's start the journey. I am very shortly going to introduce myself. I graduated in mathematics first, long time ago, and I did my electrical engineering. And then I went to Canada and US to do a master's degree. And surprisingly, I did my thesis on control systems from under MIT professor. My first job was related to artificial intelligence. And it was primitive computing, 1/1,000,000th of what today we have. where is 8-bit systems? And my job, funded by United States defense budget, was on speech recognition. So from those primitive dinosaur age, today I see what a change. And I really rediscovering myself about the AI. I'm really not up to date. And I happen to be the first non-European ever IPMA president in its history since 1965. And I was telling Europeans many times, the time has come where you have to increase your boundaries to be outside Europe. Everything is not concentrated in Europe. There are good people outside. And I think that is where it's a very important year for me when I was asked to lead the organization. It's a great organization. It's working together like ICPMA, collaborating with the nations. And I think here, I was in 2005, there was an association, ProMet. We had signed the agreement of working together with ICPMA and with the IPMA and ProMet. I was honored by Chinese to become the honorary chairman, which was really a good privilege for me to be the honorary chairman of the China Construction Project Management Committee in 2006. And that was my last year. So Professor Ding, who is my very good friend for the last 27 years, he's saying, Adesh, you should come now. I think I should revisit. China will be totally different. 2007 ICPMA, my postal stamp was released by government of Turkey in 2010 for creating globally the project management culture. I think this is a very important point, which I thought before I go into AI impact on our profession. The creation stage is the key. Project management is vision management. We have to get out of these boundaries of mortars and bricks. It's a vision which we have to accomplish. Project has come from a Latin word, projectum, to throw something forward. What we are doing is towards future. Nothing we can do about past. So to that way, the vision realization, the first step is most critical, is the creation stage. Like my friend said earlier, the creation stage. We cannot rush. In spite of the technological age, we've got to look at creation very deeply, look at all the possibilities, especially with disruptions all around us. Then the delivery will take place, and ultimately it is the benefits realized to the end users. What matters is the benefits to the end users. That is the delivery point. Everything else is secondary. How fast we can bring that is the key. And we have a very strong, as a founder of World Project Management Forum, we have selected, I have looked at the stalwarts in construction and project management, both. Antonio, today what you see is a pioneer in the field of AI. We are working closely to bring AI-driven project management along with him in India and some other part of the world. I'm very happy Penny is here. Can you please get she was invited by me. Last night we had a dinner together. She is from Manila working with some agency in Seoul. I said, why don't you come? And she can be seen there. We have signed the agreement of cooperation with Philippines to look at the not only certification, which is ISO, the only one in India, but look at bringing the knowledge to action. Knowledge is useless unless it brings a change in behavior. Useless. Knowledge is scalar quantity. You need to bring it to vector quantity, direction. Now this is a very interesting, indeed very interesting, and I show this all the time. In order to catch time, we must be ahead of time. As the tail of time has moved from the back of the head to the forehead. So in order to catch time, you have to be ahead of time. If you're behind time, you cannot run, you cannot survive. We shall be the dinosaurs of tomorrow. If you are with time, risk neutral. If you are ahead of time, you have advantage all around. Tomorrow's race will not be that there would be masters and there would be slaves. And that will continue for the history to come. Masters are those who are ahead of time. People who will follow them are going to be always following them. The race is against time. Today you see geopolitically, economically, the race is how fast you can move and ahead in time to bring new technology. I think this 2011, one of these presentations, I said that ROTI, return on time invested, is going to be far, far more important than return on investment. Return on investment was good in the manufacturing age. The capital was a very important part of the production, but not anymore. Time is gold. In a recent, we find the digital century, which we are witnessing today, there are two things which are going to be the predominantly dominating the scene. One is algorithms. Like it or not, algorithm equations, he talked about equations, and the other is project management. Your projects are your future. Very, very famous. A lot of Harvard and business schools in the US, they were misaligned. They never thought of project management. They thought of strategies, everything they should teach. But I think there is a shift now. A lot of things are happening in the academy world as well. So your projects are your future. The project economy, what we can see right now, substantial part of the economy's GDP should be towards the project undertaking, project executed, and more projects, and more projects, and more projects. The operational economy, which is going to play an important role, no doubt about it, but it's going to be more and more towards the automation. The global construction industry is entering a phase of unprecedented complexity. Linear, larger projects, more interconnected, more technology-driven. And construction industry is not up to the mark when it comes to the adaptation of technology. We have to reinvent ourselves. We have to move along faster in adapting the technology. And therefore, we need a different mindset to adapt the technology. So the challenge will be how to create a project mindset to adapt the new technologies. We are doing a great job, no doubt about it, but we can do greater. More exposed to geopolitical risk. And what we see today is a good opportunity for construction industry, but certainly what is happening today is unbelievable. Never you could think about what is happening today at an international level. The kind of wars we are facing. More exposed to financial risks, more exposed to supply chain risks, disruptions, hiking in the price, material prices going up, like my Japanese friend was talking about yesterday, 145%, 50%. How can their contracts be viable? People will not do that. They'll move to data center where the return on investment is better. So I think those are the things we need to have, modification in many things, where we have to be in line with the reality. We cannot be lunatics and de-link ourselves from the reality. This is a challenge we all have to face. More exposed to climate risk. And I think unless we have everybody together, which is very difficult, utopia, some countries do not believe in climate risk. But I think the time has come for the humanity to understand. Maybe it will take years when we come together, when it's too late. We should change before it is necessary. Because when you change, when it is necessary, it's too late. We must now manage uncertainty, sustainability, digital integration, and stakeholder expectations simultaneously, preparing ourselves for ever-increasing disruptions. Very, very important. Uncertainty, manage uncertainty. Sustainability, green world, sustainability long-term. It is much better return if you follow sustainability. It appears to be costly, but in life cycle, it's economical. Digital integration, stakeholder expectations. One of the, NASA invited me in 2012 to give an address. What can I teach to the space scientists in 2012, February? So my presentation there was awakening project consciousness through stakeholders buying in. There were about 40 PPTs. The stakeholders are the ultimate, like my predecessor said, what they want, what they involve people. People are very important tools. We are different. What we can do, nobody else can do. We have to awaken our potential. We are using 6 to 8% of our capabilities. What is happening to 94%? Prepare for tomorrow's disruptions. Now you see this today, 13 to 15 trillion is what the contribution of industry is. Again, this global GDP of 118 to 220 trillion and 220 million people are engaged. Look at the McKinsey's report when it talks about the budget overruns, 20 to 30% typical budget overruns in large projects, up to 80% project face schedule delays. It's amazing to see that mega projects in project management, generic project management, 70% projects fail. What are we talking about? Imagine the flights you're taking and 70% flights don't reach. Would you take the flights? Never. So I think we need to understand the human factor and the factor from all around, why this is happening in the sane world. The 6 major disruptions: digitization, AI, BIM, digital twins, climate and sustainability mandates. 1 into 1 into 1 is 1, 1 into 1 into 1 into 1 into 0 is 0. Some nations who have authority to influence more, they are the ones who are backing it out. For what reasons? Are you not a humanity, any consideration for the things which is going to happen to this planet Earth, which is 1 trillionth, 1 trillionth, 1 trillionth, one small planet in the universe, and we are challenging it. Supply chain fragility, geopolitical uncertainty is what we see, talent and leadership transformation. How do we bring to the new environment? And re-skilling is going to be a challenge. And more so, when we grow old, our neural networks become consolidated. We have 86 billion neurons, 86 billion. And connections of neurons are trillions and trillions. So as we grow old, our connections become rigid like a body, and therefore we resist change. We like to live in comfortable zone. Every morning I get up, I always ask me, what can I do differently, which will make me uncomfortable? Because life cannot be comfortable. So I would say this is going to be a major challenge, 06. It can only be converted to advantage with change in mindset. Do we have the right mental equations? Are we open? Are we looking at the world in more 360 degree, in more holistic way? One young force, how do we build profession which is hardcore, it's not so comfortable at the site? People are working day and night. What are the aspirations of the young people? I just like to capture 3 or 4 things, and they can teach me more because I still have to learn from them. Digital tools, they like to see digital tools, automation support, remote collaboration, agile workflows. People are moving away from the engineering, civil engineering profession to be more air-conditioned and more towards AI and IT, but they are not going to deliver the goods what the planet needs. We still need construction, the oldest profession. The challenge to project manager is to shift from traditional time, cost, and scope to a strategic risk leader. Project managers are the risk leaders. We cannot just keep on following. We cannot just keep on following, follow. That's not the way projects are to be run. Reporting, meeting. That's not the way. It's an obsolete way. AI-driven project management will play a critical role through drones and all that to collect the information. All the meetings, the information may not be of quality. So there's a separate paper I've written about quality of information, which is the base for any AI to work. The monitoring schedule cost and deviations to predict disruptions, to integrate AI-driven analytics, and to manage stakeholders globally. Digital transformation, AI-driven CPM, construction project management, provide an effective way to deploy digital twins for scenario planning. Evolve an integrated data platform. Real-time monitoring to be more proactive than reactive. We do more active and more hectic monitoring when things are in mess. We should have done much better before they became the mess. And there we don't pay attention. That's not the right thing to do. Too much monitoring is not a good project management or construction project management. There should be hassle-free monitoring, not a panicky-driven monitoring. Now, very importantly, look at the change happening from the maps we used to have, like a daily map, static map, to dynamic Google map. You can move around the shortest way, depending on the traffic, and to ultimately, or maybe more, I don't know, ultimately, I shouldn't be using word, the EV real time. It can just look at everything. People crossing this. Digital transformation as a risk mitigation tool, BIM integration, AI prediction, predictability. It cannot predict. Human beings have to be at the center stage. I don't see for substantial centuries or years, 100 years, that human will not be in the center stage at some point in time. What is that center stage? The stage itself may vary, but the stage will remain there. The type of center stage functions we do may vary, but we always will be there. IoT, real-time monitoring, blockchain, contract transparency, data analytics, decision intelligence. We've got to build up the models of decision intelligence. Unless data has intelligence, we don't do that. Change from reactive rather than proactive. We cannot be, reactive means you have lost the battle. Reaction is out of panicky, out of survival. Prediction is much before proactive. Silo-based working, we got to change that. Change from inability to manage dynamic risk. Risk is not one time. A risk is there every time, next 3-4 minutes there's a risk. I got to do something. Risk is a mindset. In my view, I've said many times, in 25 years I've been saying it, risk management is the backbone of construction project management or pure project management. It's a backbone. 60 to 70% is risk management. And that's the area we want to be adversely not accept. So risk is not both threats and opportunities. Then you have limited data utilization. Historically, construction decisions really relied heavily on experience and intuition. Intuition is going to be very important, no doubt. But the matter is, what intuition, at what level you are doing it. This is a very interesting slide, I thought, and this is one thing which I just thought I should mention. The life cycle from conceptualization, you put it design, feed, or whatever you name it, organize is very important before you implement. In the literature today in project management, in various body of knowledges, they don't consider organize. Is it not the right thing to do? Unless you organize, you cannot implement, full stop. Organization, project life cycle is the front end to implementation. Organize everything and then implement. Construction industry does all the time. They organize resources before implement. Implement control, integrate is missing in conventional system. Integrate is the front end to deliver. And knowledge leverage is something which is shown as a project life cycle. This is a very robust 8 life cycle of management of projects. Construction or the otherwise. Most robust. And the AI will contribute at every stage. Judgment is emerging as the new gold. Judgment, who will make us? Technology will give me the inputs or give us the inputs and we will take the judgment. Let me just complete this. In my lifetime, I have seen 2 demonstrations of technology that struck me as revolutionary. The first time was in 1980, when I was introduced to graphical user interface, GUI, and the second big surprise came last year, 2022, OpenGPT, when it was introduced. And one more quotation here, I have said it before, AI is one of the most profound things we are working on as a humanity. It is more profound than fire or electricity or any of the other big things we have worked on. Sundar Pichai of Davos World Economic Forum, January 22, 2023. If your business does not use AI, your livelihood could be at risk. AI does not mean instantaneously. 100-degree temperature does not become overnight. The water keeps on boiling. Slowly, slowly. Your livelihood could be at risk, but that is because you did not adapt, not because it is something beyond your control. Technology or the human age, disruption or evolution, digital or analogous, or will not work ever, or is division. We got to integrate. And how do we integrate? By and. And integrates or divides. They have to coexist in the right perspective. They're partners. Project effectiveness. The conventional known activities, red would be conventional thinking, AI-driven over the years, decades. That's the area we are not. And it's good for them because they are good in that area. Like human resource, what you are good, you do that. These tools are our partners. Artificial narrow intelligence, new activity, and some critical activity. But where we have control is a totally new activity. Planning, critical thinking, design thinking, dreaming, laughing. Machines won't laugh like we laugh. So we have to rediscover the hidden talents of the human beings which have not come to the fore. And AI will force us to rediscover ourselves. All things are unusual, as usual approach will not work. Sustainable future implies exploiting infinite opportunities using infinite data storage and infinite computational power. From the time I was talking to you, 256 kilobyte was the storage on which I was working for my artificial intelligence in 1967. Look at what today. Storage is free. We live in the unbounded uncertainties, reflecting the world of change, from the bound uncertainties in the world of efficiency. The world of efficiency is known, world of change is unknown. The future belongs to systems that can learn, adapt, and evolve. Feedback is at the core of learning machines. Earlier in the evolution of the human race, brain adapted to ensure physical survival. Now is a challenge to brain to ensure its own survival. Brain is under attack. We've got to move forward to make sure we survive. One way for the brain to survive is to create an effective man-machine communication by human-AI collaboration. The future of construction project management will not be defined merely by building bigger projects, but by managing complexity intelligently through resilience, digital transformation, and predictive decision-making. Predictive. And before I conclude, I would thank you anyway, it will come, don't worry about it. But I thought 1940, 41, and I think my very favorite professor, Professor Norbert Wiener of MIT, he is the founding father. To some of you who do not know, he is the architect of everything what we see today. He talked about cybernetics, the man-machine communication. And I think he was really a great guy who said, how do we establish all that 1940s, 50s. So with this, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I thank you for sharing some of the ideas. Maybe one or two ideas could perhaps be take away from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adesh, very much for this presentation. And I'm looking forward for the discussion afterwards. Our next presenter is Klaus Greve. Klaus is a practitioner. He worked on many projects, mostly in Germany, but not only. He also worked on the Olympic Games projects in London, on OCDE projects in Egypt and Mexico. And he's currently working on the Fehmarnbelt immersed tunnel for the German Federal Building Authority. And we are very keen to hear about his practitioner experiences. Thank you, Klaus.
Okay, thank you for having me, and thank you. How it works? So, go on with it. Yes, thank you for having me, and thank you for the day yesterday here in Seoul. I was very impressed how you deliver projects here. So what I learned was about you're in time, you're under budget. This is not normal in Europe, and I was learning a lot about things. He was talking about taking a target, and thank you for all the information was there, and also how we did it. And also I learned for my country a little bit, but is it cheaper to refurb a house? In Germany it's a different way around, because simple, if a new build house costs 1 million, refurbishing costs 1.3 million. So it's fine to learn something about this. So what I want to talk today is about professionalization instead of regulation. It's about one of the projects I'm within. You will see later, it's not a success. It's a slightly disaster. And first of all, where I'm coming from, you said it already a little bit. So I worked on the London Olympics as an integrator. So I run the integration, so what we had before program management. Before I was the project director of the Berlin main station. And actually, I'm working on, as you see, this is one of the things, this is a Fehmarnbelt tunnel. We had, luckily, 2 weeks ago, the first immersion of the first element, and a little bit proud about it because we're talking about an element, a swimming immersion elements, about 270 meters, 60 meters wide, and 70,000 tons. We are simply putting in the sea for a tunnel 28 kilometers long. Another current project is the new bridge in Hamburg. The old bridge is simply damaged by traffic, so we have to replace it. And I'm an advisor for the government directly. Coming back to the Fehmarnbelt, where I'm working in the DRB board under FIDEC rules and helping the project to make decisions. And projects we had, and we talked about yesterday, or also a little bit about, I'm working for the OECD as a practitioner, not as a theoretical guy, and we're involved in projects, as you said, in Egypt, in economic zone, as a Suez Canal. We worked on the new airport in Mexico, but was cancelled. And actually, I'm working on, you talked yesterday about it, it's about the reconstruction program for the Ukraine. We're setting up a program management to finance all the things. And it's a portfolio, because we're talking about 10, 15 programs in one portfolio, and all the money goes in it. Okay, coming to my topic. In Germany, we are very complicated in laws and restrictions, and we had 3 or 4 years ago a change of government, and we had a lucky situation that we was able to introduce a new regulation how we build, how we steer construction-wise. It was a very short chance. The Chancellor had an idea to do it. We know him from Hamburg, and we introduced within a short time a very short program. And to show you where we're coming from about, we had a regulation, it's called RBB construction. Forgot the name, it's not important. It was 600 pages of regulations, and we have 1,000 pages of attachments and much more rules how to do it. Means if we want to build a construction, build a house for the government, you was really within regulations and how to do it. So it was nearly possible. And I heard yesterday that a project here in South Korea takes sometimes 5 years, 10 years. We talked about project about 20 years, not built, and simply costed about, because it was within regulations, it was really that made by the regulations. So we reduced really this program into, that's really big, into 19 pages. the 600 NATO pages, in sheer project management. So it was not more about regulation, how to do something, how to fulfill rules, simple how to build something up. And so we did it in very clear sentences, no through sentences, no explanation, simple, leave it as it is. There was a short window, we was able to do it, and we did it. And very much is about responsibility in this program. And we found the situation, and when you look on the left side, it's a situation you know. Somewhere you have the project, and there are hundreds of people responsible. We are working for the project, and for the project you have to ask, if you want to make one decision, you have to ask hundreds of people. The people have to ask other ones, it goes up to ministries, it goes down to ministries, it takes ages. People are involved who don't know what construction is. And I think this is a very easy drawing I made. It was much more complicated. And so we changed the approach completely, and we said, as you know, this is not rocket science for you, it's normal project management. We built up each project a temporary organization, so the project is looking for themselves. So we get a target cost price, what we have to calculate. We have a board on top of it. We have a partner in it, and nothing more. So there's nothing left on the other side. So what was our thing? Going away from this big construction. And I had this in the UK, it was complicated, like the same system. We have this in Ireland. I think some countries are the same. Switzerland, we have also something like this. So changing a real big change in approach of a project by simple things. And how we did it? Simple things you know about it. First, that was the biggest chapter in the new introduction. On the left side, you see how the project was delivered before. You started with a price. So you had overhead costs and you have the basic costs. When you simply made a design, you had changes, you have new ideas, it rised up. And then at the end, there was somehow a price. Very often, few times much higher as planned, not controlled, simply it costs as a cost. Means project that takes a very long time. We had this in the UK very much, where some of the projects simply was not delivered because it was too expensive. HS2 is now cut it down because it's so expensive. So it was not controlled. We have the same in Germany in the building sector. And what we introduced is what you had before, sheer project management, simple project management. We introduced the target price. And with target price, we're already calculating, estimating in the very early design stages, very in the stage 0 when we start design. By benchmarking, maybe have some small design, something like this. So we have benchmarking for the cost. We have then the overhead cost. We had then, in our case, two sorts of risk, also one risk. And important, you said it before, risk is an important factor of it. And we calculated the risk not simply as a percentage, we are calculating the risk per task. That's very important, to enable the people to work per task against the risk, what we very much learned on the London Olympics. And then we have also contingency versus normal, something like this. And what we froze with target cost, we froze, simple as it is, and we worked in the design just already against the cost. So design have some new ideas, you have to change something, what costs us more, how much risk we can take out. So we really worked against with it, what we introduced. And the task is, like what you did yesterday, simple at the end, we are under the target price. That is very important. That's very important. It's not going if within, steady other win. So it's a permanent working against a target cost with a method of risk management, cost control, value management, all the things. So what was introduced? It was introduced very simple things for you, a baseline. We introduced a baseline. That's not known about it. It's called in German Aktivitätenliste, because we don't like the English word for it. Simple, like I had a baseline describing what we want to do, simple position by position. That's only work to do. It's poor project management, people have to work on it. You're aware of what we are doing there. Related to who has to do what per task, was very important. And then we did the typical schedule. Yeah, when we have a program, we have several schedules who are connected to a program together. So also a little bit a task of it. simple doing it by work. Yeah, and when you said it before, very important, risk. Risk, we did the same approach like we have in America, coming from the MIT. We really, every task, we discussed the risk. Not the costs, the risk, but it's highly effective because the people get aware what they have to do. You have not to spend costs, you have to put the idea in it. So it's really a work of it. It's some days of work, simple bring the people on board, simple do project management, think about what is coming in future. Yeah? So you do it with your programs the same, when you work with the design managers about it. Please, what we're doing, what we do next day, what is the next task, what is the risk, what I can do in the mitigation against it. So that was a very important thing. So we're working this way, and we calculate all the cost of it. It's a little bit more complicated because sometimes we need a system if we have a big project, yeah? Because cost, risk, around 10–15%, yeah, not above. So what we introduced, and yeah, we introduced you a governance. A simple thing, that's a very known thing. It's simple how we control the cost, what we calculated. So we said we have to monitor our cost target, very important. We have to monitor our risk. And so there was a reporting system, a governance when people have to report. We called it in the London Olympics a freezing week, simple where we have to be. Must attendance, people have to report against cost targets, about time, about quality, the triangle. And what we did simple, we had our baseline, the initial baseline, it was frozen, we reported against it, and later on the later design stages we reported against the final baseline after the final, rebound stage 3, how we free, and the American don't know. So we reported against this target, and every time we measured it, but we also discussed what we have to do in mitigation, what we can do if something is coming. So it was every time beforehand. So that was we trained the people, we brought in this governance law and brought it in, and also we introduced what we called a permanent organization, a project that was really independent now from the government, from the sponsors, from other things. It had as a major thing the cost target that was that was the sponsor now. We have to work out the things. And all the power was now on the project level. That's also very important. It was not more on the board. It was not more on the coordination level, what we called. It was on project level. It was not free to make a decision. I spent for my family 1 million, something. It was not free for this. I have every time to report against the cost target. I spent 100 million. I spent 10 million of euros to reach a cost target in 2038 somewhere. We have to demonstrate it in the reports. But if we can demonstrate that I stay my cost target, where I was able to spend amounts like this, where I haven't to go up the chain, up and down. There was only one formal way left for bribery and somebody have to control it, fine. But it was only more a formal control, not a controlling of the steering. So it was in this thing, so the project level was absolutely massive, but they can run the project. And that is the thing, but a lot of approach, and I think yesterday we heard about it, yeah, your project did it, it's really something about this. So it's doing here. Coordination level was simple for giving advice and building the connection to other authorities, because the project can talk with other authorities, it's a temporary organization. And the board was nearly only there not to control it, but first to decide about the cost target, and if they need more, yeah, or if somebody want to have changes. All of us now, clients want to have changes every time, but we block completely. So client, if he want to have a change, you have to go to the board and ask them. The board went down to the project, what are the costs are? And the answer was is a typical things. The project level said, okay, to change the door from A to B, it costs 10 euros. The time delay is in 3 million, so give me 3 million, €1, then I will do it. And so we blocked also by question and answer changes from the client. Yeah? So it's the American way approach to do it, and it helps very much in theory. Yeah, and when we monthly reporting, this is still what I use very much. Left side is the London Olympics report, the dashboard, on the right side how we reported it. So reporting was at the end 4 pages, and it's very much about what we followed the project against the target cost, and I'll leave the microphone. Right here. Here's the project end. We report against this. So if there's an impact here, what it means to the end. Every time looking into the future, so it means what decisions are, what we have to do, and so everyone was able to monitor it. Yeah? So it's a things, and I think you do it in your company, it's nothing new. But it was very new for the things. So we reported also time. Yeah? What was the plan time, was a new time. They could change it as a project. That is fine. If they demonstrated I'm still in my time, if I deliver to the proposed date, if I stay in my budget, if I stay in quality. Yeah? So typical program controls, simple as it. Reporting by a flag system, also now nothing, no rocket science, everything there. We tried, and that's very important because we had discussion today, to make it easy sometimes. When we said risk management, we have very complicated systems, very good systems, but we had a client of people who work in an authority. They had to understand it. Yeah? You can't bring a system within what they don't understand, yeah, to bring it in. Yeah. Now we come to the implementation process. The implementation of this law was really in 8 months. It was a very short gap, but we was able to it. There was a commission, we discussed really 22 years about the change of this law. No successful when we had a governance change. The former advisor of the Chancellor was running the company, who's doing this for 8 months, we wrote it down. Very important is when also we made a decision in implementation, but we train the project managers first, because they had to deliver it. It was a political decision, sometimes very successful. We not went to the high levels and discussed it. We went to the project manager, we trained them first to deliver it. Yeah? And parallel, and it was often my job, we had to discuss it with the authorities who was now closed out of the project. They could ask for the demand. I could ask what I want to have it, I want to have this building, but it was closed out. We had a lot of discussions about what is necessary, how to spend the money. It was complicated, but the focus was simple on the team, on the project managers. There were some hundreds who have to deliver the projects, to train them and to bring the project into the delivery. So it was a process. It was a very harsh process sometimes because authorities, when they are closed out, will react as they can. So we have very often go to the highest level to get some solution about it, but it was introduced, we simply went over them. Not every time easy. Okay, and how we did it, we really had this new organization, this temporary organization, we implemented it, we trained it with the people by hand, because when you have a new introduction of 19 pages, there's nothing written more in how you do it. And we have in Germany is a federal state, so we have different states in it. We have sometimes different rules. So we have a little bit to leave the people with their own things, how we are working, how we are understanding it, not regulating them again. It was regulated in the cost target price. That was the regulation we have to deliver. But how we created it was sometimes with them, how the way is, how we have things. We have 16 states, we have 16 different softwares, how we control it, yeah? Don't try to implement a new software because we can't deliver it. And we had a team, we had implementation teams, we had change managers, we had coaches and practitioners, we had community advisors, and very important, we had psychologists. I think we discussed it yesterday about psychologists. It was for the people a completely change in their approach. Our clients, the project managers, project managers, there was mostly architects and engineers. So from the background, we know it. From the job description, also we are project manager and we had to deliver it. But we never did it before. We was used to be in a long chain of decisions, and now we have to work themselves against the cost target. So it was a completely new approach for them. So that was very important. So we introduced psychologists in sometimes single meetings, meetings, anything, to bring the people on board, to get them really running a little bit about this new target, about this responsibility they came. To be fair, at the beginning, we was absolutely happy to have it. So there was no profession, there was able to deliver a product, let's do it. Yeah? So we had a high authority, and we was very hopeful that they will deliver the projects, because we was really engaged with our authorities, fighting against them, that they not interrupt us. So please deliver the project in doing this. But the thing was about, and we called it the human factor, was very important for us, but we really worked on it. We take them careful, we learned all things from them, but it took also time. The process is still going. Yeah, summary review, and you heard a little bit about it. Yes, we was able to really introduce to the people. We had a coaching and we have a teaching program to the people, very strong. What we missed, we didn't test the people. We never said, okay, we had a program. We said, we want to do it. That was one mistake we did, simply we did it. When you want a certificate in your organizations, you have to make a test. We didn't do it. Next time we will do it. We was able to implement really the temporary project. We get all our authorities out. Yeah? So we was out, we accepted it in the end. We get problems already with introduction of the baseline, because the people learned very quickly, I have responsibility, but the baseline with some thousand tasks is work. Yeah? And we was looking for the consultant, for the other one who is doing this, yeah? And everyone looked at them. And we simply found hundreds of reasons not to do it. Yeah? Really things. Or we copied something, we found something, somebody copied to build a stable, but you had to build a road, yeah? Something like this, yeah? Simple, we didn't do it. So where we failed, we have big problems that the people have a cost thinking. That was a big problem. We came from authorities. If we need more money, we will ask for it, not steering against it. We do it at home with our personal budget, but we're not doing it on site. And the things, but in the same time developed, but this authority had now buildings around 20 billion, 30 billion. The project jumped really from 50 million euros to 500 million, some of them. Yeah? We have real projects, we can really lose money, and people working not on the project and getting them. And also, in the governance, where we have a strict reporting system against something, a lot of people simply stepped out and went back in their lines. I was happy to ask other people, because they had to make a decision in risk management. So there was a risk management, I have to make a decision about the risk. Okay, I spent 1 million to save 10 million other things. But to do it, also were calculated, we're not able to do it, so we're without necessity, they went to their project line managers, they only involved them to apply for the next graduation or for the next holiday, we asked them and involved them again. And we created a problem that these people was completely not more involved, and so we get stops there. So we have a real challenge with it. Yeah. And review change process, we are still in the change process. For myself, it's simply too long. We are on high risk to fail with this attitude to go on it, because people now simply adding money. Yeah, because project getting delayed, we're eating up the risks, and we're getting expensive. Before we had a basic cost plus time. Now we give them risk money, we give them contingency, and we're now adding money too. This is high risk that we fail with it. We're working on it. We have to change the approach, but we had this human factor, and to be fair, we a little bit miscalculated it, how stubborn sometimes people working for authorities are. Yeah? All four were coming from the same profession. There's nothing to blame the people. They worked for so many years in things. But we was also blended by themselves and said, oh, I get the chance of my life. Yeah? And we left a little bit alone. So that is my conclusion, I think. And so it's a little trust in the organization, little trust in themselves. They don't trust themselves. The willingness to work in details. That was one of the things I had coming from big constructions, to get people working authorities really to work on the paper and to fill it out. It was really an experience of 2 hours of explanation why we can't do it, when we need the first break, when we have to discuss why we have to do it, and we have 2 hours left to do it, yeah, instead of doing it. It's a completely different approach we found there. And yeah, and I was never looking for the position we want to be paid for it. Okay, however, change process goes on, but we have lessons learned now. We also have a university with us who's writing a paper now about it, and see how we can change the things, and we discussed it yesterday, with human factor, with the people, how we can reach people who are managing our money, big sorts of money, and to work with it. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Klaus, for this very, very interesting view of how it can be challenging to implement change within the authorities as well. The last discussion of this morning will come from Dave Corbin. Dave is the Chief Delivery Officer at Gleeds Management, and Gleeds is a leading global consultancy, and Dave has more than 30 years industry experience. He's a chartered professional, and he's also a fellow for the Association for Project Management. And today he will talk about how emerging technologies can influence project management, and how or what might be the obstacles you could face. So we are very, very interested to hear about that. Thank you, Dave.
Right, Anum Simni Car. Sydney Car. No, that's meant to be hello. Not living up to yesterday's excellent demonstration. Right, so good morning. Are we behind time? Do I need to be quick?
I will negotiate for some more time.
Okay, I'll try and be through. Thank you for having me. Yes, I'm the Chief Project Delivery Officer at Gleeds, a relatively new role, so still finding my feet. I'm a new member of the ICPMA for about a year, so I'm very grateful to be given the chance to speak to you today. I am a chartered project professional. I do a lot of work with the Association for Project Management. And I think I saw on Klaus's opening slide that you were a carpenter. So I feel like I should say that I started life as a gas man, as a gas engineer. I completed an MBA in 2024, which is where some of the research into the barriers to adoption that I'm going to talk a little bit about today comes from. So who are Gleeds? I'll be really, really quick. We're a global consultancy. We deliver construction management and cost management services and a few other bits and pieces. We manage over £200 billion worth of projects at any one time. And we've got 3,200 people across the globe, which fascinates me because we all do the same things in different locations, but we pretty much do it in the same way, facing the same challenges. And that goes out with of construction too. So what do I want to talk to you about today? I want to talk about the why. We've probably all seen statistics like this. In fact, Adesh put some stats on his presentation about not hitting budget or hitting cost. This stat's from a book from Blent Fluberg. I probably said his name incorrectly. It's a great read if you get a chance to read it. We've got emerging regulations and guidance documents about governance and the use of AI, and these are appearing all the time across the world. But they're all very different, so there's no one way, there's no strict guidelines in one country, maybe more in another. So we've got to find our way in this new world. This is a UK productivity stat, and if I can find my buzzer, is that working? So I don't need to share it. The lines at the bottom are construction-related industries. The blue line at the top is general whole economy productivity. we've had a problem with construction for a long time. And this isn't just the UK, this is a similar study across 41 countries. The grey line in the middle is the whole economy, the orange is construction, and actually manufacturing is doing really well on this particular chart. So we know we have problems. McKinsey did a report and they reckon that over the last 20 years, we've achieved 1% productivity gain in construction. 1% in 20 years. So things have to change. So the future, or is it now? We've seen these, right? These are things that we know that AI can help us with right now as project managers in the construction industry. We can all improve our own productivity through adoption of AI platforms to help us with this. But when I did my research, I also asked a question about what about fully automated project delivery? And don't look too scared, don't worry, no one believed it was going to happen. But it actually can happen, right? There are a plethora of tools and platforms out there that can deal with planning, management, and execution. So the question that I kind of ponder then is, do we need leadership? And much of what we do as project managers I put in the bucket of leadership. Do we need leadership if we don't make any mistakes? So if we've got these tools that are delivering these projects autonomously, what is the leadership that comes into account? Now, don't worry, I'm still in the camp of needing humans, but I think it's important that we are mindful of where the industry is going. Now, I just want to share a little bit of a story. So I did a talk like this about 2 years ago. So I put into a platform at that time, give me an image of me speaking at a conference about AI, right? And this is what came out, right? Now it's not very good, but it was better than what I could probably do. I'd have probably given myself legs on the podium, I don't know, a beard maybe. So I thought, no, I'm going to do it again. I keep being told that with AI you've got to teach it and learn it. So I put another prompt in, and it came back with this. And I thought, well, that's definitely not me, or maybe it is in a future. So just to demonstrate how quickly things are moving forwards, I've just chucked into ChatGPT this prompt here, right? Create me an image. It came back immediately and said, just give me a bit more detail, please. So I said, okay, use this photo, make it illustrative, and I'm going to be at an AI conference. And within a minute, I get this image on the back here. Now, YK benefited from this yesterday. I think Trevor, I saw Trevor earlier, we very quickly, when we were talking about caricatures, demonstrated how quickly we can produce this stuff. So actually, right, there is this stuff that can help us. Not sure it's helping my project management yet, but it's certainly creating some good fun at dinner parties. This is my wife's cousin who wanted a picture of them as a cowboy and Indian. This is my wife with a good friend who wanted to look like Beavis and Butthead. And this is my mother-in-law who my boys think is a fantastic granny, right? So we can do these things really quickly. These tools are available to us. But back to work, right? And I'm going to just show you this. And again, this is 2 years old, and it's a little bit cringy. So please bear with it. I don't know if cringy will translate, but that's what I mean. But watch this short video. Is that fun?
Hi, Alice. Glad I caught you.
Hi, David. How's the Main Street project?
We got the green light, but we need to get things moving and fast. So when can we meet to review? Say 2 weeks?
No need for that. Just give me a few moments to upload the details. Here. Take a look at these.
Wow. And I thought asking for only 2 weeks was pushing it. This is great. But can we update the facade to what we used in the Wilson project?
Sure, like this.
Wait. Are these the full set of construction documents?
Yep, code compliant, fully coordinated with structural systems and MEP. Let your GC know we're all set for the permit.
Let Swap help you automate your architectural processes to improve productivity and increase profit margin. Why wait? Visit swap.net today.
And I don't have shares in Swap, by the way, but this was 2 years ago, and so at the time I was looking at it going, oh, that can't be real. And then I started thinking about my Gen AI experience and going, well, if it wasn't real 2 years ago, I'm pretty sure they'll be close, if not there, already today. So with that, I couldn't help but notice back in November last year, AECOM, one of the biggest consultants in our industry, spent almost $400 million buying a company called Consiglia. And Consiglia claim that they can take 90% of time and human input out of upfront design. Now, suddenly that starts becoming a real game changer. It's something that we've got to take notice of. We saw yesterday on the stage robot dogs, right? So what about humanoid robots? Elon Musk reckons that by 2040 there'll be more humanoid robots than humans. And you kind of go, but really, is that really the way we're going? And then I saw this just at the end of April this year. A major UK contractor has a humanoid on site. Now, this humanoid is not doing physical work. It's not doing the heavy lifting. It's actually walking around site every day with a camera on its head, taking progress reports and uploading it to the model. It costs £15,000. Now, it doesn't take long for you to work out how quick you can get that money back with increased consistency, less health and safety issues. So actually, we talk about doing the manual work. Actually, the administrative work is ripe for change. So it got me thinking about where we spend our time as project managers. And so I thought I'd try and illustrate this, the efficient game. We talk about personal productivity, we talk about automating reporting or schedules, but if I just do some maths, right? So a typical project management fee, it could be 1%, it could be 2%, it could be 3%. But let's go with 2% for ease, right? So out of a project cost, I don't know if you can see down the bottom there, you got 2% of your project costs. Now let's work really, really hard and save 25% efficiency, and then let's give that back to our client, okay? So we're saving 0.5% on the project cost. But what if, as project leaders and project managers, we can find a way to reduce the project timeline by 50%, right? That from a project management point of view, probably takes 40% of the fee off the bottom straight away without any efficiency gains whatsoever, because a lot of what we do is time related. So it started making me think about, well, how do we halve the design period? How do we massively improve the construction period through digital? Can we specify the use of technology in our design partners? Can we mandate the use of better construction technology from our contracting partners? And can we then share the efficiencies that we gain from that? But of course, it's not that easy, right? When I did my research for my MBA, I started talking to people about, well, why? If it's proven that AI is going to help us and technology is going to improve things, why are we not doing it? Why are we still only benefiting from 1% productivity gain over 20 years? And a few things came up, so I'm just going to pop them on the screen. These are all the main headings that came back from my interviewees. And they're difficult, right? Because some haven't fully been classified yet, like the legislation piece. So there is no consistent legislation. Some of the tech is coming at us so fast that it's almost impossible to keep up. I remember one interview saying, you have to have a full-time job in training in order to keep up with the technology that's emerging every day. So how do we know what's best? People refer to it as the Wild West. And then there's some more human elements to it. Is it the right thing to do? What's happening to the climate challenge with the use of this technology and the electrical consumption? How are we producing that power? What about my job? People are naturally resistant to change. So imagine in threatening their very livelihood, right? So all of these things have to be overcome. And actually, it's the bit that people sometimes miss. 100 years, over 100 to 150 years, we've been laying bricks in a modern, traditional way. We've actually been laying bricks for 9,000 years, and it was actually the Romans that first standardized the brick size, right? So we really haven't changed much. Yes, the mortar's got better. Yes, the staggering the brick has improved since, mind you, I was in Peru and the Incas did an amazing job at fitting stonework together. But we really haven't changed that much. Some people may have seen this. This is the AI empowerment curve. It's attributed to a guy called Jeff Woods, who wrote a book called The AI-Driven Leader. And actually, it really resonated with me because when I did my research, I created a slightly different chart. And this one showed that the level of outcomes from those who are most knowledgeable in the use of AI at the time still couldn't meet the expectations of the leaders who had little to no knowledge whatsoever. So our leaders in our business think that it's going to solve all our problems, and the reality is it's not yet doing it, which then has an issue with trust, support, financial backing, because actually the question is, will it add value? How can you demonstrate that this is going to work? So there's a leap of faith required from leadership to actually back this. Now, clearly, over 2 years later, leadership teams are much more savvy about what we're doing, but I think this is a problem that we need to overcome. So we do need to evolve our service. I'm lucky. I work for a company called Gleeds, who actually invest in AI. As I say, we do limited things. We don't do design, so we're project managers, we're cost managers, health and safety, and the like. So we're always looking to work hard to achieve that 25% because it's the right thing to do, because our industry needs to evolve. So I thought I'd just kind of finish on a piece about the so what. And I don't know if anyone else is as sad as me, but the World Economic Forum every 5 years produces a report called The Future of Jobs. And in that 5-year cycle, they predict what the top skills are for the next 5 years. So back in 2010, when I started, it seems so long ago, when I first started looking at this, these were the top 10 skills. And I thought, do you know what? These are the skills for me. I'm going to be a project manager. This is right up my street. Okay. 5 years later, very similar, still feeling quite confident about my leadership skills being really important. Come forward a bit and I start seeing tech coming in and systems thinking and technology design and programming. And I'm going, okay, I might have to start thinking about a bit of that. And then the most latest report, just last year, puts the top 3 in AI and big data, network cybersecurity, technological literacy. And it's really rammed home that actually we all need to make sure that we are aware of it as much as we need to be in order to help shape our future projects. So I guess I have two questions for you. Which of these AI mindsets are you? I mean, I guess more importantly, which one are you going to be? And I'd like to leave you with 5 small tips to move forward. So embrace new technology, at least try it. You know, next dinner party, see if you can take a picture and turn it into a funny picture. Try what's out there. Maybe do a work example. Focus on those barriers, because without removing those barriers, it's all bling. It's just for show. So you've got to put the hard work in to make it work. Remain curious. We heard that yesterday on several occasions. So make sure that you remain open to new ways of working. And remind yourself at all times that you need to add value. If you're just doing it to have fun at a dinner party, it's probably not your best career move. All right, so keep reminding yourself, what are we trying to achieve? Are we driving value into our projects and for our clients? And lastly, don't believe all the hype. Put the hard work in. Find your own version of good, and hopefully you'll be the best project leader you can possibly be. Okay, that's it. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Don't go too far away.
Thank you.
No, it's excellent. But I was able to to negotiate 15 more minutes, so we could go and have a roundtable until 12:15. So I'd like to invite all the speakers to join me on the stage. And we will be taking some questions. And if you have a microphone, we could take it. Thank you. Excellent. So, yeah. So maybe they would. Thank you very much. So we had a very interesting morning, hearing a lot about challenges of how to adapt these new ways of working. And maybe I will ask the first questions and then we open up the discussion to the audience as well. We heard a lot of discussions about AI, like always, and I don't want to go into a general AI discussion. I think we all visited lots and lots of conferences, but I want to be very specific here. And for example, David, you talked about data. The fact is that we don't need lots and lots of data, but we need the good data, the right one, the qualitative data. And on the other hand, we are going to be more and more AI-driven, and I think our challenge as professionals is how to adapt. But there's a new generation coming, and this new generation doesn't have to adapt, basically. They will grow up with it. So my question is more, how will this new generation face the challenges of having this critical thinking and this experience? Because we bring our own experience, and we know how to challenge what is actually coming out, if it's the good data or if it's not. And as we know, the garbage in, garbage out theory, today we know that we still have to be able to bring some critical thinking to the table. And how do you see the future generations who are very very fast-driven, looking for immediate answers and not really prepared maybe for this critical thinking that we have to bring to the table. So it was very interesting how you showed the evolution from the web. So critical thinking was first on the list and then it disappeared, but it was creative thinking. So is critical thinking still a thing for you? So maybe I'd open up. Yeah?
I think we underestimate the youth of today and their ability to adapt and move into new situations. And I think that so there's no doubt about the ability to be resourceful and use the tools that are available. The piece about how can you test the outcomes is a fascinating one, because you're seeing already lots of stories about juniors not being hired because they can get AI to do certain things. And I think there is going to be a bit of a clash in the current desire to move through the ranks and get experience quickly versus maybe having to go back to an old-fashioned apprenticeship style route where you learn literally by being on the job, seeing someone who is experienced do that critical thinking. And I think it's going to be a real clash, because it will take longer to learn that way, but without that, I think we will lack the skills and expertise.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, I think we need to recognise the responsibility that we have as well as leaders within the industry at the moment to the younger members of our team coming through. I think there is a real risk that, yeah, they're not able to get the same level of experience that we were, the same level of that learning on the job, the same level of that understanding the data and how the data is generated before we know, to enable us to scrutinise whether or not that data is telling us the right thing. I think I talked on a similar topic a few weeks back and was asked a question kind of not dissimilar to this one, but that there is, the real concern is there is so much data being thrown, and the responsibility of us as project managers to be able to scrutinise it and be able to assess, actually, if you look at those two data sets, clearly those can't both be true. There is something not quite right about the data that's coming through from us. And I think the question, whilst we have some expertise and experience over the years to be able to assess and understand how that data is being generated, maybe the younger members of our team don't. And so I think there's a responsibility on us to, I'm not going to say push back, but I think to temper and control what we allow to be automated, to ensure that there is these roles for the teams coming through beyond us.
I would say this, the expiry time of an idea is getting shortened, very shortened. It's no more, I mean, it's very, very short. Whatever idea you have, it expires fast, like medical drugs. So I would say the challenge for the older generation, the next generation, is perhaps 80–85%, I don't know, I have no measurement. But the obsolescence is very high. What we used to do and what is supposed to be done. And the legacy cannot get away from our thinking process. So my suggestion perhaps would be the new generations, they're much more flatter, more ready to adapt. They're technology-driven persons. They understand that. So I think the right way of passing on the wisdom, so to speak, what to do, what not to do, at a much broader level, macro level. Micro level, we cannot teach them at all. It's a foolish thing to even try. If something goes wrong with my system, my children play and teach me what to do, including application. So I would say the old Greek philosophy of asking questions. The challenge is the young generation asking questions. We don't tell them, they ask questions. And during that process, something which is relevant to that question, we should be able to dig out and provide that. So that will be much better collaboration between new and old.
Thank you. Maybe Klaus, from your point of view, you showed us that there was a big obstacle for change within the hierarchy of the authorities. Do you think that for the younger generation it wouldn't be a problem anymore?
Yep. When I looked at this presentation, I think no, because I had immediately the picture, get these people out, simple, because we're talking about buildings in this case. I asked as a client for a building, it will be generated, it will be approved by somebody, by AI, and somebody will build it at the end, yeah? Maybe a machine later on. There's no demand. For the special buildings, I have other things. Okay, to build a tunnel, immerse a tunnel, you will still have the specialists, but it also matches what we have on the market. We have absolutely lack on professional. We're not more the people. There's not interest in the people coming to construction, yeah? Our universities are empty, yeah? So if you want to study in Germany, please come. We are looking for people studying engineering. So I think it's one of the solutions. And but I showed before, you cut a lot of vertical ways, a lot of lines, and, yeah? And I think maybe you have a second AE who controls the other wings and another control. But at the end, you're building a building. This is not complicated, yeah? It's not complicated. A tunnel, a big bridge, yes. When you need the specialist, you will find the people for it, and you have to test different things. You have to think about what the rest is maybe, and hopefully the future. And we can't stop it.
Thank you. Do we have some questions from the audience? In that case, you could share mine.
Hi, thank you. So it's a following question to what you discussed. So you mentioned AI, but how about younger generation getting taught or coached by AI? But the risk is if they're becoming better teacher than older generation, maybe are there risks for like generation gaps and the way we think? So that is the question.
Who wants to take this one?
I can try it. Yeah. But when you ask me for the generation, I work with it. But simply use it. yeah, and you can't stop it. I have 3 children, so they're using it, yeah. So I'm just helping my daughter to write contracts, yeah. I did it by hand, yeah. I did myself, I copied some out of the internet, fine, and I asked a colleague. She asked 3 sentences, yes, and she got a better contract, yeah. So it's as simple as it is, yeah. And then we have the challenge what we have in this management, and you said about the millions of data, yeah. I could ask maybe somebody to reduce them because we have too many data, yeah. At the end, it's about concrete, yeah, about reinforcement. So we can use it, and our next generation, but we have to attract, they use it, yeah. I hope 3 years ago we can stop this. It's there. I mean, look, again, I'm a 3 children. Ask them the question, they ask it, they get the answer, yeah?
Well, I hope that the younger generation are better than me, for sure. I don't know about everyone else in the room, but better than me. I think they will be. And I think we lose sight. We think that we know best because we've been in the industry for 20 years. Well, we don't know how the industry is going to be in the next 20 years. And, you know, I think someone put the maps, I can't remember, it was Uridesh. No, was it Uridesh that had the maps? And I think about that, and I think about, well, when I started driving, I had a paper map on my lap, and then TomTom came along, and there are others, and then live updates became available, and then Google Maps appeared on my iPhone, right? Well, I haven't learned to use any of these, but I've adopted them because they're better, and they're more efficient. And the beauty of the younger generation is that they're being gifted this technology. So I think we worry a lot about the expertise and the training, but I also think that we over-worry because someone who uses CAD today doesn't have to have been a draftsman in the past. Right. So I think we need to trust our younger generations that they'll find their way, and I think they'll be better for sure.
I think this is going to be a symbiosis between AI and real RI. So I think the older generations are more towards real intelligence versus artificial. No, it's supposed to be a joke, actually. The main thing is that data is infinite. It has been infinite. And what we see is one part of the infinite data when you look at the universe. We are not even 1/1,000,000th of what data is available. The main problem is how do we provide intelligence to data? And there is a model DIPRR, which we used a long time back. Data intelligence 1, data intelligence 2. Like you prompting. When you're prompting, you're providing more intelligence to data. So you cannot eliminate data at all. What you can do, you can eliminate as what your intentions are. So the question would be, the challenge would be a new technology of providing the intelligence to data with infinite data storage available. And prompting will become extremely valuable. And therefore, the how to prompt and all that can come from more experienced people to younger generation.
What I had to add, I think we have to recognise that is how the younger generation are going to learn. I think you're right. They are going to learn through the AI tools that are out there. I guess the only thing I would add to it is I think we have got to just be aware of AI can only learn from the data it has access to. And I remember a number of years back chatting to a team who were starting to use some of these tools for risk management. And they were wondering why they weren't getting responses they were anticipating. And when you interrogate the data, actually what you find is it only had access to certain data that people were willing to share. And so any AI is only going to learn from the available data it has to access it. Now it is moving on. I'm not an expert in this, but clearly from what I've seen, it is moving on, and it will learn, and it will increasingly learn at a rate we don't understand. But I think there is just a question we need to just ask ourselves is actually what is it learning from? What data is it learning from? So yes, I think we need to accept that the next generation is going to be learning from it, but I think there is a role for us. I'm with you, Dave. I think the younger generation will be smarter, because hopefully they can glean some things from us, but they will also glean a whole load of other stuff that is available to them. But yeah, I think there is a role for us. I think the data question is definitely something which I don't think we've yet got our head around. We've got some clients who are very conscious and very sure that none of the data they share with us can be made accessible to any LLMs. It's quite simple. It cannot be accessible. And so if you've got that happening widely, clearly actually the models are not going to learn from a whole bunch of data that is out there. So.
And shouldn't we learn from the errors that occurred? Shouldn't be the errors made accessible?
Yeah, absolutely. I always say to teams, I don't need to hear the stuff that's going well. As project managers, we need to know where the errors are. We need to know where the errors are. We need to know the stuff that isn't going well. So, yeah, absolutely. That's what we need in the data sets, is the stuff that isn't going well. And I think maybe customers aren't, or clients aren't so willing to share the stuff that hasn't gone well on projects in the past.
So coming back to the topic of construction itself, because we still have this conflict between the AI and the fact that we are building, that at the end of the day there are people on the construction site building. And I want to give an example. 2 years ago in Switzerland there was a scaffolding incident that collapsed and there were several fatalities. And the public opinion was very, very emotional, and there were several discussions about the fact that nowadays we are trying to speed everything. The biggest challenge is time, and you showed it, I think you did, Adesh, that lots of projects are over time. But there is a constant pressure of delivering on time. And my question is, are we maybe at the limit? Should we take more time to avoid fatalities, to avoid, is it still a thing that we should aim or to be more time efficient, or have we reached this kind of high summit and should we now take more time? You say no?
No, I think we're just going to get quicker and quicker and quicker, and that's the world we live in. If you think back 5 years and we all went home to work during COVID, we suddenly became really efficient. We didn't have our commute to work. We had our teams and we were able to do things. When we all went back to work, that didn't stop. Right? We just kept that efficiency, and then we looked for the next efficiency and the next. So, no, I don't believe we're going to stop time. I think how we deliver things has to change. So fatalities is unacceptable. There's an excuse for humanoid robots or robots of some sort to do some of that dangerous work. Most people in the room will have experienced drones doing inspections for roofs and high-level surveys. That saves someone going up scaffolding and inspecting a roof that they could fall off or fall through. So I think we need to adapt the way we're delivering our projects to avoid those safety issues. But I don't think we'll ever get away from the fact that people will still want it faster and better. If I may add one thing, imagine a client who fully automizes their operations. I think, Desh, one of your slides earlier. So operations are getting less, kind of less in terms of time. Projects are taken over. Imagine a client fully automates their operations and they need a building to do that. Suddenly, they don't need people in there. So you don't need lights, you don't need canteens, you don't need toilets, you don't need a car park. You just have robots that can recharge themselves and go again and again and again and again, right? So I think if we're not worried about what that could look like, and we don't think we need to work towards it, I think we're going to be left behind. To use your saying, our tail is on our forehead.
Thank you for the answer. That's interesting. Now we get a little bit. I'll give you the big one.
Yeah, please.
Big one. The big one is better here. I agree with you about design, preparation, and all the phases until we start construction. I think where we will save time, there's a lot of formalities. You said hundreds, millions of data. It would be quicker, as you saw your presentation, with the design. On the other hand, we have a construction. In the construction, okay, you can have better drawings and advice. But you have a ground, you have a material, you have a scaffolding, and all the things. And for this, where we need skilled people who know about it. Yeah, if you put a bore file in the ground, you have to know how the ground is, and no AI will help you to feel what's the ground beyond it. If not, you have a really disaster. Coming from this big construction, so it's really not fine. Yeah? Now we have a cable-stayed bridge, which is highly sophisticated. I don't see it as making with a machine, because it's still, when you make the cable, people are holding their hands on it, yeah, to feel how the tensions are. And you can feel it, you can't measure it. So I think you have to divide it. And when you look in construction time, you told us about it, we have in preparations for, let me call a building, normal building. Construction time is 2 years, yeah? Application, design, 10 years, 12 years, where we can save time, but not more in construction, where we maybe add some time, because we have not more skilled people. We are also struggling much more to get a carpenter on board or a glassman. Yeah, we're not more doing these jobs, and we need the time to give them to work on this environment. It's not the typical English health and safety, but it's also the quality, and you're working with elements. Yeah, sorry about this. So it's different. Yeah, my opinion.
I think my take on that is that. There is a time constant for every activity. These time constants, they're very, very fundamental. Nature has time constants. Homo sapiens have time constants. 8.5 months, 9 months to come out. So the nature, trees, flowers, if you look at it from a very broader angle, not very micro level, but so the quality and the safety cannot be ever negotiated, cannot be the time constant there for the kind of work you do, cannot be reduced further unless there are reasons to reduce, unless you have improved version on that. So I think the marriage, the symbiosis between the time constant which we provide and the time constant which is supposed to be imposed. In India, for example, the ministers, the political system, sometimes the administration, they say, hey, you want to do this in 36 months, why not do it in 30? No, because if everybody is going to be, maybe you can improve by innovations, 5, 10, 20, 15, certainly. But one has to see if time constants are not matching resonance. Resonance of time constants gives you the results. So wherever we cut short, we have fatalities, and that we must avoid.
I feel like I'm going to sound like a politician now, because obviously we're in the National Assembly building, but I think I'm somewhere in between the two. I think there's a bit of both here. I think there's definitely... Yeah, I'm not going to make a decision, no. There's definitely areas where we can still improve it. I think there's definitely construction technology that's coming out. There is still room to speed that up. And similarly on the design side, I think what's interesting though is probably where we can really squeeze up now is a greater overlap between design, procurement and construction. Somebody mentioned blockchain. Other things, some of that technology, actually, there is probably the ability now, because we can generate information a lot quicker. I remember chatting to someone about, in the UK, we use something called the RIBA stages for planning out projects, and people get very hung up on those stage gates and how it works. I think the technology is now available that actually we could be advancing those stages much quicker. I don't think we need to be quite so rigid about those stages, and I think that enables us to overlap with procurement and construction more effectively. So I think as project managers, actually, the challenge is probably, whereas I showed that project life cycle of things getting from more complex to less complex as you move through a project, I think probably our projects will remain more complex throughout because we'll have much more integration across those different stages. And I think as a project manager, that's probably one of our challenges, is how do we grapple with that, and how do we do that? Because it's definitely there's definitely still room for speeding up and overlapping those things.
Thank you. I didn't thought we would have such a passionate discussion between us, so we didn't have much time for the audience, but I invite the audience to, let's take one last question and then take the break. One last. Okay.
So thank you very much. Great presentations, great discussions. So when discussing technology, I think there's always the human side, which then we always go into this issue of adoption. And there's also the adoption of technologies on the individual level, but also adoption of technologies on the organizational level. So in this organizational level of adoption is something that our companies are struggling quite a lot. So the governance of using these technologies, the output, the quality control of this. So my question is on the organizational level of adopting technologies or using technologies. What are some of your challenges or strategic, adoption techniques that you're using within your organization? If there's some insights, I'd love to hear more about it.
I will take that. I think the major problem is the leadership issue. There has been a lot of reports. Project management fails not because of the project managers or the appreciation of project management. It is because of the commitment of the organization leadership. The organization leadership towards the projects. They take it as a side activity. It doesn't work. So organizational time constant to bring change is always going to be many-fold slow. The leadership becomes more important. The leadership doesn't mean they have to be out of box, totally in the framework of bringing change. And unless there is compulsion to bring change, they may not do so. So the compulsion will come because of technology. So I think the main thing is individual is okay, but the lead must be at the leadership level, because that will flow, the water will flow from top to bottom, especially the adaptation of newer things, uncomfortable areas. Columbus, we have to discover, that must come from the top of the leadership in the organization.
So I completely agree, and but without change champions at the coalface, it doesn't go anywhere anyway. So you need the leaders that will support it and drive it and permit it to happen, and then you need change champions to demonstrate its value. So most of us, a natural inclination is to resist change. So our starting point was, why would I do that when I do it? I've been doing it like this for 15 years. Well, actually, you need people to go, oh, look, I used this tool and look at what a difference it made. And then all of a sudden, the adoption starts. So we have a particular tool called Visualize that does exactly that. And at first, not many people wanted to adopt it because they thought it was a new thing. They didn't have the time. As soon as they started seeing the efficiencies that were gained, then everyone started going, well, why can't I have a camera on my hat? So it's about generating that change through your organization.
Thank you. I think we can take this discussion to the lunch break. If you have any other questions, feel free to come and talk directly to one of our presenters of this morning. Thank you, everyone, for these very interesting presentations and for this debate. And Margaret, I think we can go to lunch now, and we have to be back at what? 1:20? Okay, so the next presentation starts at 1:30, so we have to be back at 1:25. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back after lunch. I've got good news for you, those who made it through lunch. We got three excellent presenters now, lectures now, speaking about innovation, leadership, and sustainability. And about sustainability, I would like to give you a small, interesting experience I had in my university. We had 2 years ago an external lecturer coming in and speaking about sustainability. And one of my students, actually, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. So I called him and said, hey, what's wrong with you? Hey, listen to him. And he said, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm simply being sustainable with my energy. Yeah. So he was actually turning this around. And my advice to you is today, when I see some of you closing your eyes, I assume you're not tired. I'm assuming you will demonstrating how to actually practice sustainability here. Starting with this, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is Stefan May from Switzerland. His presentation is about a sustainable tower built with wood. Stefan is one of our former presidents from Switzerland, well known. We all, as you might recognize, we're all presidents here of SPM. There's no member here, we're just presidents. So he's a senior partner at POM Consulting and member of the executive leadership team. He's also advisor to public and private clients on complex construction projects. Throughout his career, he has led numerous high-profile projects. Please welcome Stefan May.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to be here. Thank you very much, CMAK, to host us here, CMAG, to come and hear what we do in Europe also. I love Japan. I was in Japan. I love Korea. I just met them. And I think our friend from Australia just went away this morning at the midday time. So it's a great pleasure also to see all my old president. And we are the two founding members, the two last, Jan, and it's nice to be here to make the big party tonight of 25 years of ICPMA. I'm Stefan May, I'm a civil engineer, and I studied in Zurich at the ETH, which is, we have two great schools in Switzerland, in Lausanne and in Zurich, as a civil engineer, and then I did an MBA in St. Gallen, and now, yes, we try to bring POM Plus in the new generation. POM Plus is a company which was built 30 years ago. POM is project, object management, and the plus is because we try to do it better than the other. But we do all that, so it's good here in this room. So please, I will try to take over. Yes, exactly. So I will talk today about the Tila Tower. It's a strange project owned by one person who said, I will make a tower, a special tower. The vision and the challenges I will show you, then the sustainability has a guiding principle, and we will see also the prefabrication, something which is very old. We had that everywhere. In Russia, you see that a lot, prefabrication, but we tried it here again with wood, and inside also of the construction with some pictures. First of all, where is it placed? It's placed in Lausanne, which is a city around the Lake of Geneva. So it's also the World Athletic capital, because the president of World Athletic is in Lausanne. And we are at the west part of the city. And that was the plot when we received it. It was offices on the left side, in the middle badminton, and then a park. And he bought all of that. Actually, not really. It was 3 different owners. And we have owners on the other sides, and that was a big fight also. We also have a train going through the plot. You see the bridge behind. It's a very 100-year-old bridge. So we had a lot of discussion. And the competition was done in 2018. The winner was from Denmark, 3XN, as an architect, and the second team was Itten Brechbull, which take now also the name eBay Plus. They copied us, and they now did this project of the tower, keeping the 2 other buildings. So you see now a cut of the project. The idea was really to have this 3 buildings with 3 different character to show the elements. It's what was very difficult at the beginning, that we had 5 different owners to put together. The badminton was held by 2 cities. The left was insurance, the Baloise, and within the project it changed. And the first price, the owner wanted to buy this building. He said, oh, it will be, I give you 10 million for this building. It was an old building, not very interesting. And the other said, no, I give you, I want it for 11. And so the deal was not made for this price. And he bought it 3 years after to 17 million. So he should have done it at the first time before. So it's very funny to see that the price changed. But he sold it as a casino for the double. So he also won. I wanted to discuss a little what is inside the building. You see in the blue, the upper part is apartments. We have 222 apartments for location. In green, you have a hotel. It was first a hotel, and it changed to a co-living, because co-living has less work inside, and it's very trendy in Switzerland. It's people coming for 1 week or for 1 month. They can have an apartment there, and they have co-living places where they can meet the people. They have common kitchen and so on, but they also have a little kitchen inside. Then you have very few offices, a sport hall, and we didn't know so much about the basement. We wanted to make restaurants, as we knew, and that was done. But the owner just decided 1 year ago to say, oh, actually I love music, and I want to make some music studio. So we said, oh, where can we find room for that? And we now have 3 music studios to enregister music. So I hope the K-pop people will come to Switzerland to take the music on the plates there. Then we also have the Montreux Jazz Festival. It's a very known festival, which is now 59 years old, and they will make the first loft in the world, and they want to put that in all around the world. It's a loft where you can have the people coming in, have little concerts, have private parties. And the last big surprise, because you always have surprise on these projects, is that the owner said, oh, but I want a disco for my friends. And we said, oh, where is the disco? And we found place in the basement for the disco, but we had no place for the air condition. You have to change the air. And the studio and the disco needs a box-in-box construction, which is very, very expensive. But now we're going to make the disco with a private entrance. I fight for the private entrance because he wanted to go through the apartments to the disco. I said, no, you have to have a private disco entrance. This is the picture we had at the beginning in the competition. You see we have a park and a building, which is a facade, very special facade. You will see then you have the inner part and external part. So each apartment has a balcony and a bow window. Bow window, it's like a balcony, but inside of the room. Let's go to the sustainability. So we have 2 great labels in Switzerland, which are very high. They took the highest elements of each in the world. You have Minergie, which is the label for all the energy, from where it comes, and also for the gray energy. That's why it's called Minergie P Eco. P is also that you use the air twice, you keep the air inside, and they put the building under pressure, the whole building, and you have only the room for little holes like A4 paper. So if you have more, you have to go and work more. That's crazy. And SNBS is a new label done by Switzerland for areas or for buildings itself. And he wanted to be at the top of that. And what did he choose? And we choose a lot of different energy system. The first one is using the shower water and all the waste water to put it in tank down the building, take the heat out, and give the water back to the river at the normal heat, which is good for the fauna, for the fishes, and so on. So we keep all the showers water, we take the energy out. This is more or less 18% of the building's energy. Then we have geothermal sounds. We made 20 geothermal holes by 450 meters, and this is a lot of energy which we can gain from Earth. If you take 1 mega watt to go down for the pumping, you receive 4 mega back for the heatings, which is crazy. So for this building, we have 65% coming from geotechnical energy. Something very new, it was a study from the EPFL in Lausanne. They wanted to make geothermal structuring, so all the basement, all the walls in the basement and the base are like pipe, and we take the energy from the walls outside in the ground, and this makes also around 10% of energy winning, and the rest is energy that we take from a supplier from the city, which makes many houses, and we take only 7% from this one. So you see, it's 93% of energy only taking on the site. We also have a lot of photovoltaic on each roof, also in the facade of the badminton, for example. We also take the energy back from the lifts. The lift goes down. We take this energy to use it again. And the last energy is in the winter. We take the warm air that we take out of the apartments. We clean it, and we take this warm to warm again the next air which is going into the building. So we are really, really conscientious. Here you see the picture of this geostructure, like I told you, where you see the basement and the piping in the basement and also on the walls of the basement, and this brings us 10% of energy for all the building. This is just to show that the Tilia Tower, in comparison, is very good for CO2 emission. We have on the dark blue the construction, which is very few, and also after that the operation. So we have to control also the operation within the construction and also in the planning. Here, the building is very interesting. If you see the benchmark for building we have in Switzerland, and the new building, it's just 94% of energy. And if you take all the building built from 2020, we are four times less energy than the last building built with this, which is absolutely a great system. And you see here also we had this idea to go to wood. You know, in Switzerland we built with wood, like here and like in Japan for ages. We have the little chalet and so on. But we said how to use it in bigger construction. And we could take 20% less of concrete with using wood. And it was a big fight because the civil engineer we had, he wanted to put iron. And we said, no, we want to try to have wood, the most of it, and I had a friend who studied the wood, so I took him and he was attacking each piles and say, no, this is a pile, you can make it in wood, you can make it in wood. So with that we could really gain 3,500 cubic meter, which is 8,000 tons of concrete less. And the concrete we used, which was 19,000 cubic meter, is 15,000 cubic meter from old concrete, from building we just broke it in little pieces, and we reused this concrete. This is absolutely fantastic. So we just used 4,000 cubic meter new concrete. And the new concrete, we had a big project also with EPFL, which is to use calcined clay instead of clinker. And you see the walls are a little red or not yellow like this. It's because we use this calcined clay, but it's a fantastic project. It's the first time in the world that we use this concrete. Now the prefabrication is also something which is very known around the world, but I wanted to show you how it was done. So we have the core. The core is done in concrete, from the down to the top. Also, the first floor under the ground is in concrete. But after the fifth floor, we all worked with wood. What you see in yellow is the piling. The piling is in wood, and also the flooring is in wood, and we just have 8 centimeters of concrete over each floor on the wood. So we can also stop the fire from stage to stage. And that's make it very interesting. And for doing this, and we did what Adesh told us before, we took all the energy in the front of the project. We had 1 year of studies with BIM and everything to see how it makes, and at the end it finished like a Lego. So you see here a normal level where you see the concrete in the middle, then the piles in wood, the big piles on the facade, and then the piles which are spread off everywhere. And we split it to one element. You see here the whole element, and this element is this red part which we brought all together. So we had with that a very dry construction. We had no water into the construction, what was very good. We didn't have to dry the construction at the end, so we could start with the plumbing and so on very early. And we just put all the elements together. Some of them we had to tuck with cable so that it stays together, but the most of them was just with these elements. You see, we brought also, this is the balcony coming on the side, and we just put the bolt on it, and then a little concrete. Just that was new concrete. The rest was already finished. And that make it very interesting and very quick. So I have a little video here. Oops, I have to go back. Maybe you can start the video. Thank you. Where you see in green, you see the green is the bathroom which were made in Italy and brought on site directly. We put the bathroom, then we put the different elements which were already finished, and we could also build like this very quickly. At the beginning, we thought we will need 12 days for one floor. And we learned very quick. We went to 10 days per floor. And the last 3, we made it in 8 days per floor. And we had 6 companies working together to make that together. So very interesting system. Here's some numbers. You have the excavation of 50,000 cubic meter, 86 trucks per day, because everything was brought, prepared and then we had 220 workers. Interesting is 224 prefabricated elements per floor. So all these 224 elements, like Lego, we put them together within 10 days, more or less. And also the bathroom, we had 390 bathrooms coming from Italy, which we decided before how they were really finished. You just had to put the water, the electricity, and it was fantastic. So let's go to some inside construction. This is the construction where you see the tower starting here the badminton, where you have 16 fields over there, and here the casino, the new casino. And you see we are in a place where five tower has been built together, and we were the only one in wood concrete, which make it very quick. So the one which is finished there is not open yet, and ours is already open for 1 month. They also have some troubles Michel knows about. Here you see the piling. The wood of the piling and the big scale are coming from Austria, and all the other one are coming from the same place where we are building. So all this one, the pine, this is the pine, and this is the elements which were coming from Austria. So not so far from Switzerland. Very good in the gray energy. Here you see one element. It's a huge element. You can see the person, how little the person is. It is over 2 floors, and it's because the architect wanted in the grounding to have 3 holes, very big holes, where you can see 3 floors ahead. So we had to put all the energy coming from, all the load coming, and turn it back into the columns. That's why we put this element to bring the energy in the middle of the tower. It was a very interesting day. Now I have a little video too. It's the construction side. And what's interesting, you see also the train just behind, which is 100-year-old. And we had the big troubles of that we had to control. And what was funny, we controlled all the time, are they moving or not? And they were moving, but the piles 4 and 5 were moving a little, but the one who moved the most was on the other side of the street. So this pile moved the most, which has absolutely no reason. So these 2 moved a little. And you see, we had 1 year of preparation of studies. 1 year where we did all this basement and the first floor, and you will see now how quick it goes and how the floor are coming now one after the other. It's just in a rhythm of 1.5 weeks, so it goes extremely quick. But I know China builds much quicker than the Swiss guys, but for Switzerland it was it was really amazing to have this element. Okay, so you see also all the trucks coming around, which took a lot of problem for the road around, which was not so easy to do. Okay. And you see also the weather. We have sometimes beautiful weather in Switzerland, but we also have snow, and it's not always easy to work on that kind of elements. So it was very interesting to have an owner, which is one owner. He could decide very quickly when we needed him, but he was always also on holiday, far in Spain or somewhere around the world. So we had some meetings at night, at weekends, just to have his decisions. And the last decision with the disco and so on was really a problem, because we didn't expect it at all to have a disco. So please ask your owner first if what they want at the beginning, because it's always big surprises. Okay, this is the tower finished. Like I told you, we opened the first apartments 2 weeks ago. So we have already now 30 apartments from these 220, which are full. And they are gonna full. This is the picture in the direction of the Swiss Alps and the French Alps. And you see the speciality of this balcony for each apartment, and this bow window, which is a window which goes out from the apartment. You see it a little better here. So it's a very nice place to be. You have very good impression. Also, this wood takes a lot, and you have the solar panels. This is the top floor. We don't have the right to make a bar, but the owner said we do a bar. So it's not permitted by the permission from the, but we are there in the bar. And when you all come to Switzerland, I will invite you on this platform to have a drink together. This is the apartment now in real, how it is. You see, we have kept the wood on the top and on the ceiling, and on the floor we have some concrete. The concrete we used, the finished concrete we had. Another picture here with the kitchen, and you see also the piles, the big piles coming from Austria, and the pine coming from Switzerland on the floor. Another picture of the apartments. So it's very interesting apartments. We also have 10% of the apartments for low earning people. So we open that also for people that has not so many people. We have a tradition also in Switzerland. It's this little tradition of the pine. When you're finished, when you're on the top, we do a pine. We do that on the little construction. But this time we said, okay, we do this also here. And it's a party for the workers. For the workers, the owner says thank you to the workers. And we make the pine, and you see the view till Geneva. This is the direction of Geneva. And we bring for all the workers this pine. And at the end, they have a big meal with us together, a party. And that was of the construction side. Now, after that, we had one more 8 months to finish inside. Perfect. So very important is to let's make the things come real. That's one of our logo, and I think we heard it from all of you. We are here to solve the problem, to find very good solutions. And what I can tell from this construction, and that was Adesh told me yesterday also, take time at the beginning. Take time to think about the thing. Try to have all decision on the good moments. And when you have that, you can go very quick at the end. You always have surprises, but it's less surprises if you're not ready. If you're not ready, it's crazy. So this element also, I think sustainability will stay important, even if Trump says it's shit, which is his idea, he can do it. I think we should be careful for that for our children, and that was the case of this owner. He paid $5 million more to make it in wood, which is very agreeable to live in, but it's also very sustainable. It's a grey energy, and with wood coming from the region, which is fantastic. And the third thing, never forget to be confident and to put the people together. I think our job is really to manage networks, to be with people, and that's what's my hope. I think we still will work with people together because they need us to go to the end of such a project. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. My impression was you increased the video speed when you started above ground a bit, you know, yeah? Maybe that was the reason why you were so fast. We go for the next speaker. Our next speaker is Jan Semanek, also a past president of ICPMA. Jan will talk about human resources, leadership in current CPM, innovative ways to manage people in the CPM process. Jan is originally trained as an architect, has more than 25 years experience in international projects, and he has held a senior executive position at Arcadis, Czech Republic and Slovakia, Chief Development Officer for major international developers and CEO of OAKS in Prague. Jan, welcome Jan, please.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I'm not sure whether I should actually make the presentation because I will be talking about people. And we have heard lots of interesting things about AI and about projects and processes, etc., etc. But my focus is people, the human factor in construction, project management, or real estate development, whatever you call it. Project management is about managing a process, and the processes are done and accomplished by people. And the basic definition, the simplest definition of a manager or project manager is a person who makes things happen. And to make things happen is basically to make people perform, to make people do what you want them to do, the way you want them to do it, and at the time you want them to do it. And if possible, to make them succeed. Who am I to talk about that? Oh, sorry, I'm moving with my presentation and not moving with this presentation. So who am I to talk about this? As you heard, I'm an architect by training, and I've been involved in project management and corporate management in the course of my professional career. And I have also been involved, as has been mentioned, with ICPMA. I've worked a lot internationally, which also add a lot of value to professional experience. But because I am not a psychologist, and I am not a coach as such, I will speak mostly from my experience, so I need to narrow the focus a little bit, because we cannot talk, or I cannot talk about any project. I just can talk about projects which I have experience with. And I have been involved in my professional career mostly with commercial development projects. So no huge infrastructure, no military, no government, etc., etc. And I have also worked mostly in the position of a project manager who is so-called not at risk, which means that the project manager doesn't really deliver anything. He just advises the client what to do and how to do it. So no design, no construction as such. It's just somebody who orchestrates all the stakeholders, and hopefully so that the project hopefully achieves its targets. So the question is whether this can really be done and how it can be done. I think there are three drivers in the process of leadership which need to be taken into account and which you need to work with. And it's the competence, its positioning, and its motivation. Competence is the ability to do something, and there are basically two types of competences in principle. One is the innate competences, talents, which are the abilities you are born with. And this is a little bit unfair, because you either have them or you don't have them, and there's obviously something you can do with it, but not about the basics, whether you are talented for something or not talented for something. And then you have the acquired skills, which you acquire by education, by experience, simply through your life. Sometimes the it's difficult to distinguish between talents and competencies, and we will come to that a bit later. Talents are the personality traits, as I mentioned, you are born with. And when we talk about the pure psychology, you have these big 5 so-called personality traits which determine the basic character of your personality. And as I said, it's very little you can do about it. I mean, you can push some things a little bit back and you can push some things a little bit forward, but either you are one of these types or not one of these types. And then there's lots of competencies which are relevant to construction project management or real estate development. The important thing is that a talent is not a point. It's basically a strip or which spans extremes. And some extreme can be positive, and the other extreme of the same trait could be very negative in the same situation, but it can also turn vice versa. Skills, they are divided into 2 groups: hard skills, which can be measured, and we will not talk about hard skills here, and soft skills. The soft skills are much more about personal approaches, relationships with people, and these can be obviously improved, and they are sometimes mixed up with some of the talents. Both talents and skills can be developed and should be developed, and if you develop them well, then basically in the HR colloquial language, they become strengths, and undeveloped skills or talents which are not very useful in a particular situation are weaknesses. There's an interesting observation made by Jan Milfeit, who used to be CEO of Microsoft Europe and works as a leadership coach now, and he's saying, look at how many time and effort is spent on teaching people something they have no disposition for and trying to develop talents they don't have. Why isn't the same amount of effort spent on developing talents which you have or skills where you have a good base for? Wouldn't it make lots of things more efficient and a lot of people more happier? So Jan is saying, be more of what you are. And I paraphrase it, and try to even become the best of you can be. Recognizing the strengths and also weaknesses within a team, either the internal project management team and also the team of the wider project team of other stakeholders, is very important for positioning the people correctly in the project structure. So positioning is the second driver, and there are certain parameters of the position of the project which are basically created individually for each and every project. But there are also the external parameters where you have a little chance to influence something, but they are also equally important for the project success, as we have also heard here in many occasions. The internal parameters, all of us basically know them. They define what is the role of each member of a project team, being it, again, internal team or the wider team. And it defines also the powers and responsibilities of the team members. The external parameters, which you cannot change, have a tremendous effect on the project. I would stop here and talk a little bit more about 2 of them, which are particularly important when you are working internationally. One of them is the culture and the cultural differences. Like I had the pleasure of sitting with the Japanese colleagues here at the welcome dinner, and we were clinking glasses. And I got a question, is there a hierarchy in Europe how high you can put your glass when you are clinking it with somebody related to the position in a company or in a team? And I said, what? And then I realized if I went to Japan, because in Japan, if I understood correctly, I mean, the higher you put the glass when you're toasting or cleaning the glass, the higher you are positioned. So if I didn't know that, and I came to Japan and raised my glass, you know, then immediately I would be impolite, you know, and that wouldn't be a good start of a professional relationship. So the cultural differences, and especially when we are here in Asia, you know, there's things like seniority related to hierarchy, etc., have much more meaning than in Europe. It might be changing, but it is still there, and this is just one example. The other thing which is very important for relative to positioning, and because the positioning dictates the behavior, it's the market situation. Look at what was the market, the construction market in Europe 25 years ago. It was totally dominated by employers. The contractors wanted to do work. There were many of them, and they were competing for getting the project. Nowadays, it's 180 degrees different. You're begging a contractor to do a job. There's no workforce. There are very few contractors, because construction is complicated, who want to take the risk, who want to do something, etc., etc. And basically, the employer plays the role of a second violin. So you have to cope with these things as well when you are doing the positioning. Positioning is crucial for expectations management, and we have heard it also earlier during the presentation today. I mean, if the roles are not defined properly, then things can happen which lead to results which nobody expected. So managing expectation is one of the key elements of good leadership. And it also avoids frustration. And frustration is one of the most or strongest motivation or anti-motivation factors. So motivation. Why do people do things? You know, why they perform, excel, why they fail, etc., etc. They must have a reason. There is always a relationship between the motive or stimulus and the action. So this is a key issue in leadership, not only related to construction, obviously. As in many cases we have discussed already, there are always two sides of it. You have the internal or intrinsic motivations, which are basically driven internally by yourself, and then there are the extrinsic, which are dictated by the environment. Motivation has also components, and the three components of motivation are direction, effort, and persistence. There have been many theories of by what are people motivated and why they are motivated to do things. One of the widely recognized theories is by Abraham Maslow, who was a US psychologist, who developed the theory of hierarchy of needs. And the hierarchy is organized into this triangle, or rather pyramidal shape, because he calls it the pyramid of needs. And at the bottom you have the basic needs, and then you have the higher levels of needs, and you climb the pyramid as the needs are satisfied. So basically, what is on the top is not a motivating factor unless you have satisfied the needs which are at the bottom. And based on this theory, there have been also developed the motivation concepts. So the motivation concept, which is called rational economic man model, is based basically on dealing with the primary basic needs. Then when you climb higher, you come to the so-called social man model concept, which says that the people are motivated, once their primary needs are satisfied, they are motivated by interpersonal relationships, by recognition, by their peers or by their superiors, etc., etc. Then comes the third, again, going up the pyramid, which is the so-called self-actualizing man model, where the satisfaction is achieved by personal growth and further recognition, whilst the other things have been already satisfied. It has been sort of altered or developed into, in 21st century, into the so-called sailboat concept, where you are not climbing a pyramid, but you are sailing through the waves of life, where the boat provides the safety net for the basic needs, and then the sail is a symbol of adventure and growth and the satisfaction of the higher level of needs. The complex man model basically says that the people are so complicated and so complex that neither of the previously mentioned models can be really applied fully, and then the people behave differently in different situations and under different circumstances. What are the motivation tools? Very simple, economical. I mentioned that already, so I will not go through that in detail, and non-economical. What is important to remember is that the satisfied need ceases to motivate. This is something you can work with when leading people. You always have to plan the motivation of them so that you don't satisfy their needs, their hunger for achievement or hunger for money, or I do not know for what, it depends. But there always needs to be something they are looking for which makes them perform. And motivation and communication are the basic tools of leadership. So coming to the actual leadership, there has been a debate which has been going on for ages. What is the difference between leadership and management? I personally very much like the definition by Theodore Roosevelt. Leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he or she wants to do that. So how to make people to do what you want them to do. In any case, leadership is more about people and purpose than managing actually a particular technical process. What are the leadership styles? The first style that is similar and reflects to an extent the Maslow's pyramid of needs. You know, it's the autocratic leadership. It's rather a management by fear, I would say. Then the second is transactional. It's a give and take approach, or carrot and whip, where people do something because they are rewarded for that, and don't do something because if they do it, they are punished for doing it. Then the third style is the pace-setting style, where there is a leader who is very demanding to himself and serves as an example for his team members. Elon Musk is mentioned frequently in the context of this. So I am demanding to myself, so I can be demanding to everybody else. And then we have a slightly different approach, which is the democratic participative leadership style, where the team members are invited to present their ideas, to participate in decision-making, and they also receive a little bit more autonomy to work independently. Transformational leadership style goes even further, where there is, let's say, inspiration by setting certain goals and personal development plans for people, and motivating the people to perform by these means, again, giving them, for example, more autonomy, more decision-making power, etc., etc. And then comes the laissez-faire, which is my favorite, you know, because this is based on the idea that people basically are responsible adults. They don't need to be policed. They know what they are doing. And the leader is basically a coach who makes a hint here and hint there, but doesn't really tell the people what they should be doing and doesn't punish them or things like that. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a particularly useful leadership style in construction project management, because you are working with a tight schedule, budget, etc., and you just cannot let the people run loose. Nationally, there is this situational leadership style, which combines the previous styles as in the historical, let's say, hierarchy or motivation models. Different situations require different approaches, and different circumstances require different approaches. But one way or another, there has certainly been a trend from the autocracy to more participation, autonomy, and inspiration. But one way or another, you need to make a decision at a certain point. What are the leadership tools? It's a lot about clarity, defining expectations, giving the people certain autonomy, and empowering them with certain decision-making powers, delegating. And one of the most important things is communicating with them in the right way. Communication, obviously, is a process. There are lots of types of communication. The process itself always has a sender, message, medium, and receiver. The leadership theories say that if the message is not well received, it's not usually the mistake of the receiver, it's rather a mistake of the sender, or maybe something gets wrong in the process of communicating. So therefore you need to also take into account the barriers which can rise during communication process. Communication, it's about clarity, about active listening, and about managing of emotions. Coming back to my example with wine, I mean, you need to be very patient, and you need to be very neutral when communicating with people, because what you don't want to do is to offend them in any way, because that's a start of frustration and demotivation. So all these things, which I mentioned as leadership tools, basically are focused on creating and building trust in a leader. So you want a leader who is experienced, who's authentic, that's very important, and who is competent, because then he has trust, he's trusted, and when somebody is trusted, he has authority. It's not the delegated authority which we talked about when talking about the positioning and about the job description and the internal parameters of a project. This is the authority which you simply have. It's kind of a talent to have authority. When you have authority, you can inspire people and you can create or imply positive emotions, and then the team can become determined, enthusiastic, and can achieve. I have 3 favorite quotations which I use when I want to boost the morale of my team. So one of them is this famous speech or quotation by President Kennedy. About flying to the moon. The other is a very long saying by St. Augustine, and we have an even let's say older saying. Well, it's assigned to either Buddha or Lao Tzu. And you are more experts in Korea here on that, so maybe you can tell me who actually said that. But no matter who said that, that's a very true, and it's very useful not to use it only in managing teams or leading teams, but also in educating children who sometimes don't want to overcome difficulties. Well, that's basically the end of my presentation. So what is most important is that you basically need to convert a project into a mission into which people buy in. The recommended takeaways, the HR leadership in construction project management, but also in other areas, I would believe, you need to have the three components in balance. It's the competence, positioning, and motivation. And every project manager knows this little triangle, right? So a very similar triangle can be drawn for the human resources leadership in CPM or anywhere else. Motivation, positioning, and competence, when in balance, they make the people achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. We're good in time, so we have a panel after the last presentation. We've now, next presenter will be Natalie Saniles. She will talk about the AI-driven sustainability, transforming construction project management for a resilient future.
So sorry, I've stolen it as a souvenir.
Thank you. Okay, I will keep it. Thank you. Natalie is the founder and CEO of the Ernst Consulting Group. Ernst is well spelled, okay. And a recognized leader in program management, operational readiness, and workforce development. With 25 years experience, she has led large-scale programs across North America, Europe, and the Middle East. Please welcome Natalie.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present here today. I'm really looking forward to speaking about AI, considering this morning's conversations, and also this is also about bridging some of the people factors. So coming after Jan is perfect timing, actually. A little bit more about myself. I have 25 years of global experience. I have lived and worked in Turkey, so Istanbul, the UAE, Mexico City, that same airport project that never came to be, several states throughout the United States. I have executed work in the education, federal, commercial, and transportation industries. With Ernst Consulting Group, we're actually performing the PMO services at the JFK New Terminal 1 currently. We've been doing that for 6 years and a couple of other commercial projects. I have a keen passion for mentorship and also coaching, and so I'm really excited to be here today to share some topics about AI. As we know, construction industry is facing unprecedented pressure to become more sustainable, resilient, and efficient. At the same time, as we're seeing and hearing today, that artificial intelligence is rapidly changing how decisions are made across industries. Today, I'd like to explore how AI can help transform sustainable construction management, not as a futuristic concept, but as a practical tool for improving project outcomes, decision-making, and long-term resilience. Again, we're really seeing the fact that AI is here. It's not going anywhere. But I think we're still in the very early stages of AI and its applications, but I think we're hearing today that it's really more about the information that goes in. But the construction industry in a whole right now is at a critical turning point. So according to the United Nations Environment Program, buildings and construction account for approximately 35% of global energy-related carbon emissions and nearly 1/3 of global energy demand. At the same time, the industry continues to struggle with productivity challenges. We heard earlier that McKinsey reports that construction productivity improved by only 0.4% annually between 2020 and 2022, compared with nearly 3% in manufacturing. This creates a dual challenge for our industry, reducing environmental impacts while improving productivity, efficiency, and resilience. And this is becoming increasingly difficult as projects become more complex and sustainability expectations continue to rise. We cannot solve tomorrow's sustainability challenges using yesterday's management systems, and this is where AI comes in. So the gap between sustainability goals and project reality. So why sustainability efforts often fall short. So most organizations today include sustainability goals in their projects and programs. However, there's often significant gap between ambition and execution. So why does this happen? It happens often because sustainability decisions are often and frequently made too late in the project lifecycle. Project teams often operate in silos. Data is fragmented in systems. Reporting process remains manual. And sustainability metrics are often measured only after problems have already occurred. So as a result of that, we're seeing that waste increase, inefficiencies remain hidden, and opportunity for optimizations are missed. Sustainability cannot succeed if it functions only as a reporting exercise. It must become a part of everyday project decision-making. So AI is changing construction management. So AI is not simply automatically automating work, it is enhancing decision intelligence. So again, we can kind of continue the debate about, kind of relying solely on AI to make decisions, but I still believe there's a part of this that remains with the people and the project managers. So this is where artificial intelligence becomes important. So AI enables project teams to move more from reactive management towards predictive management, and we've heard that earlier today. So in simple terms, AI helps organizations analyze large volumes of data, identify patterns early on, predict risks that we know are inherent in projects, optimize resources, and improve decision-making in real time. So what AI makes especially powerful is its ability to process information continuously and dynamically. So like also earlier, we saw those dashboard tools. So AI can help provide that information maybe rather than monthly, but more instantaneously. So instead of waiting for monthly reports or post-project analysis, teams can identify sustainability risk earlier and respond more effectively. So again, AI is not simply automating work, it's enhancing decision intelligence. Where AI creates sustainable value is AI can support sustainability throughout the entire construction life cycle. During planning and feasibility stages, AI can help evaluate site conditions. It can also help with environmental constraints and resource efficiency. During design, generative AI tools can optimize building orientation, material selection, energy performance, and embody carbon reduction. So again, we heard early on about the building in Switzerland, again, that time in the planning phase. So you do more planning, but utilizing AI to help you with that information, collecting the data, and to do overall better planning. So during construction, AI can improve schedule coordination. It can help with equipment utilization, waste reduction, as well as safety performance. And that's such a big piece of the construction industry that we cannot forget, the safety piece. And during operations, technologies such as digital twins and predictive analytics help optimize maintenance, energy consumption, and long-term asset performance. So the important point in this is that AI enables sustainability decisions to move upstream, where the greatest impact is possible. So practical AI applications in construction management. Let me briefly share several practical examples of how AI is already being applied in the industry. First, AI-driven carbon forecasting allows teams to estimate emissions impacts before construction even begins. Second, computer vision systems can monitor construction sites in real time and identify, again, material waste, potential unsafe behavior, or inefficient workflows. Third, predictive scheduling tools can identify potential delays and resource conflicts before they become major problems. Again, we can predict some again, they're called unforeseens for a reason. So we have the best laid plans, but eventually when you start to execute, things do come up. And this is potentially where we can continue to provide information to AI to show them our lessons learned, where we have seen issues regardless of our plans. It can start to collect that data and do better predictive analysis. Also, another powerful application is digital twins. So a digital twin creates a live digital model of a building or infrastructure assets, allowing operators to optimize performance throughout the life cycle. And finally, AI can enhance value engineering. It helps teams identify more sustainable and cost-effective alternatives very early in the design process. So again, many of these technologies are no longer experimental. They're already reshaping project delivery today and globally. So again, now we're trying to see about taking our management from being reactive to predictive and making better decisions earlier. So one of the biggest transformations AI creates is in decision-making itself. Traditional construction management, again, is often reactive. Problems are identified as delays occur, or often after they occur. Waste is measured after materials are lost. Risks are addressed after costs increase, and AI changes this model. So it enables project teams to anticipate issues earlier and make proactive decisions. And this is a key idea I want to emphasize today. The greatest value of AI is not automation. The greatest value is better decision making. The shift has enormous implications for sustainability, resilience, life cycle value, and project performance. So risk and challenges. So again, we've been talking about AI all day, and of course, AI is not without its challenges. There are important risks we must address carefully. AI systems depend heavily on data quality. We heard that that expression, garbage in, garbage out. So we have to be very careful of the data that we do provide. The AI systems depend heavily, again, on data quality, and also poor and incomplete data can produce unreliable outcomes. There are also concerns related to cybersecurity, privacy, algorithm bias, workforce resistance, and integration complexity. And finally, we must really avoid over-reliance on technology. AI should support professional expertise and not replace critical thinking and leadership, all of what we kind of expressed today. Technology alone does not guarantee better projects. Good management still matters. So what AI cannot replace, in my opinion, the human side of construction management. So despite all of AI's capabilities, there are things it cannot replace. So as we've heard, as we hear throughout the day, AI cannot replace leadership, trust, ethical responsibility, stakeholder relationships, or human judgment under uncertainty. Construction projects are ultimately human systems because they involve collaboration, communication, negotiations, and responsibilities. Successful project delivery still depends on people who can lead teams, align stakeholders, manage conflicts, and make responsible decisions. The future is not AI versus people. The future is AI-enabled professionals delivering smarter and more sustainable outcomes. Also, what I've heard, actually, I read an article last week about positions on AI. It was actually the OpenAI CEO, Sam Altman, who publicly reversed his previous predictions regarding an AI apocalypse, admitting that he was pretty wrong about the technology eliminating large numbers of entry-level white-collar jobs. He noted the real-world impact has been significantly smaller than he anticipated. So for me, this is saying, again, that AI mindset that was described earlier, that doom and gloom. So the fact that the OpenAI CEO himself is kind of backtracking on his own position that he had last year. And also the shift away from an AI job apocalypse narrative is shifting to a productivity multiplier model, means AI will augment CMs rather than replace them. So we're going to, again, see that the industry will see accelerated project timelines, which we talked about, and reduce admin burdens while human oversight still remains mandatory due to safety regulations and liability risk. So the evolving role of construction managers for the future of CM leaders. As AI evolves, the role of construction managers will also evolve. Future CM professionals will need to combine technical expertise, sustainability awareness, strategic thinking, digital literacy, still the critical thinking aspect. Construction managers will increasingly act as system integrators, sustainability leaders, and data-informed decision makers. In many ways, AI will elevate the importance of leadership and strategic coordination within the construction management world. The organizations that succeed will not simply adapt technology, they will build teams capable of using technology intelligently. So going towards intelligent and resilient built environments. So looking ahead, the scale of future construction's demands will be enormous. According to UNEP, nearly half of the buildings that will exist by 2050 have not yet been built. That means the decisions we make today will shape the environment and social performance of future cities for decades to come. So we are definitely moving forward towards smarter infrastructure, integrated digital twins, autonomous sustainability reporting, and AI-assisted resilience planning. But resilience is not only about technology. It's about creating systems that can adapt for climate pressures, economic uncertainty, supply chain disruptions, and changing societal expectations. AI gives us tools to improve the adaptability, but how we can use these tools will determine the future of our industry. Thinking I was going to be short on time, I'm going to get to the key, but the key takeaways, more for Q&A. So for key takeaways, my 4 key messages are to summarize this. So I would like to leave you with, first, AI is transforming how sustainability is managed across construction projects and outcomes. Second, the greater value of AI lies in predictive decision-making and early optimization. Third, technology must remain balanced with human leadership, ethics, and professional judgment. And finally, organizations that adapt strategically while investing in both people and technology will be able and be positioned to lead the future of construction management. So again, just final thoughts. The future of sustainability and construction will not be defined by technology alone. It will be defined about, again, how intelligently we combined technology, leadership, and human responsibility. So thank you for your time. Q&A.
Okay, thanks, Natalie. We have the panel discussion now. Please, all speakers, I'd like to invite you to the panel. Stefan and Jan. Okay, that works. Oh yeah, thank you. So I think we covered quite a huge variety of topics here: sustainability, leadership, and AI. So my first thing is maybe I start with the questions, and I think I focus on sustainability a bit. I have the impression when I look at the projects I'm consulting in, mostly the large infrastructure projects, we have a big, I would say, a large approach to have sustainability early in the project, but when it comes to life cycle cost, like when you have to replace the project after 40 or 60 years, for example, like bridges, there's no plan. We build a new bridge, for example, after 40 years there's replacement, but there's no plan how to replace the bridge after 40 years. Is there any approach you know from your countries maybe? Is there anything that includes maybe a replacement plan when you start a project?
It works. Well, I have a very simple answer. There's no plan. No, I mean, this is a very interesting phenomenon. All designers, well, I don't want to generalize, but most of the designers and clients, at least those I have met in my long professional career, they design the building for one moment. It's the construction completion, not for a sustainable operation of the building. It is improving, but as you said, there's not enough emphasis on that. I mean, people in the last 20 years, I think people gradually start to think much more about the energy efficiency, sustainability, if you will, but it was more or less than a responsibility approach. It was dictated by making or reducing the cost of operation. But there certainly is a wide area of improvement there.
I have another answer, sorry, my Jan. Yeah, we just started that 5 years ago. It's all the grey energy. We remarked in Switzerland, if we want to reach the CO2 level, it's not only the heating and the cooling which makes the difference, but it's the grey energy. And we start now to use a lot of concrete which was debuilt from bridges, from building. You saw in our project, it's 12,000 1,000 cubic meter from 19, which are really old concretes, which is fantastic. And we also do that now with the windows. You can take the windows out and smell them again, but the best is to reuse them on the right level. So we have now 2 places, marketplaces, one in Geneva and one in Lausanne, and it's really 1 year old, so it's very the start. And the idea is to say the city is the mine. So we take all the material from the city. The city is the mine, and so you reuse the most of the material. That's on the way now.
Cool. Well, Stefan, maybe talking about your project, maybe a good idea about the railway line just next to your project, that viaduct goes through the just next to the building. I can imagine if you replace the building, or if you have a rehab on the line, for example, the railway line, there must be some interaction between building and a railway line. Was that some thought you had planning the project? There's maybe interaction when you have to deconstruct the building or have to rehab the railway line?
The railway line, you mean for the bringing the materials or what? Or,
just when you actually, maybe after 40 years, when you construct the building, or there's a rehab program on the line after 20 years because an old viaduct, as I saw. There's the interaction between both,
Yes, there is a big interaction. We had also to make the piles stronger into the ground, so we put some lances of concrete inside to stabilize the line. But we saw it was only a problem at the beginning when we dig the hole, but when we build it up, it didn't change. So I think when we build it up down again, because it's like a Lego, we could build it down again, then it won't have any problem. The most problem we have with this train line is the difference of temperature in winter, in summer, and it changed a lot with these old walls, 100-year-old walls.
Natalie, about you, is there any approach to AI that can help in maybe long-term life cycle prediction and sustainability approach?
Well, I think to exactly that, to start providing, because again, if we're not planning for it, to start making that as part of the models, right? Saying that, okay, what is the potential life of this building? Because so often we do facility condition assessments very much after the building is up and running. And then we have to go in and analyze the systems, we have to analyze the machines and equipment, what is the potential life cycle for that, when are things having to get replaced? So perhaps being able to put that into a model very early on to predict when we're going to see those changes and how we can start to plan for the longevity of the infrastructure. But also going back to your other question about planning, I know that for CMAA, we have been having conversations with the sustainability groups, and we are knowing that I think it's about also training people in sustainability. We're seeing that statistically we're going to need about 2 million more professionals in sustainability. So it's back to that knowledge sharing, back to training people to understand and ask these questions. What do we do? How do we plan for it? And making sure that these infrastructure buildings can either withstand the test of time, or we got to plan for the next one.
You're totally working for JFK, the Terminal 1 rehab program. So I worked also on 2 airports. So the thing is about airports, what I experienced is that there's no real plan for the future sometimes, You're building a new terminal, you rip it down again and do it again. Have always operational stops, in between. Is there any maybe new plan at JFK where you say, okay, we have a new Terminal 1 now, and there's a future maybe expansion plan in 20 years from now? You actually consider that change, or is it just, as you said, we plan now and we don't think about the future?
I think a little bit of both. So I think it's doing statistics and finding information that predicts what the passenger flow will be in time. So, okay, if it's going to be, how many millions more people predicted by 2030, 2040, 2050, anticipating that that's what this infrastructure is going to need to support. That's where it's built to now. But again, much like in the JFK area, I'm sure like others, there's not much space. So I think inevitably we're still going to have to tear down, rebuild at some point in the future.
So do you use what you have now, actually? Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you. I want to give the question to the audience. Any questions from the audience? Oh, here, yeah. Mike is coming.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Actually, I have one question. Just back up my colleague question. we talk about AI all the day. And we know that this is the future, and we know this is very fast. Like nobody can predict anything will come more. But in the construction management industry, or in the should we think about the regulation, how we regulate this, how we imagine the future, like, because if we let it like as it is, if we just look from away and trying to follow up without a regulation, I think many, like, I would like to hear your insight about this. It's really like how you think that you will regulate in the future inside your institution, as my colleague today asked, because this is actually, it will be open for everyone. So how we will test this, how will we evaluate this? This is a question actually raised also in the morning session, so I would like to hear your insight.
I think we kind of mentioned this earlier. Oh, there it goes. What we're seeing, again, is just such a rapid transformation, and AI is just being implemented so quickly that there are, what we're seeing, like very little safeguards, regulations, and I think that might be the next step for AI, for organizations like this or others to kind of form committees, or like, again, how do we establish regulations for AI? How do we utilize AI? Because again, the data that goes in, we got to make sure that the data coming out is actually just proper information and correct information. And so I think right now, because unless someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know of any organizations right now or any, like, again, regulations that limit the use of AI. And so I think that's the next step for AI.
And we don't have to forget that it's disruptive, so you don't have the time to regulate. It was too quick, and you have to try. It's learning by doing. There is nobody will tell you this one is better. We always talk about ChatGPT the last 2 years. Now Claude is the best for the last 2 months. What is next? So we just have to be aware and stay on. But don't forget, you are in the center. These elements are just tools coming around you to help you, and you just have 1 or 2 steps before thinking how you can use them. And I think we have the knowledge all to be the guy who delegates in which direction it goes. So we are the best ones who can ask the questions to the tool to have the best answers, because we know our work, our specialty.
And just to add to that, I think that goes back to our professional ethics. I think that's just ultimately where we can help draw that line. And so much of our work that we do, I think ethics is such a big piece of that. So I think if we maintain our professional ethics, that might help be that line that can help us between the good information, bad information, or how much we use it.
Maybe just a quick note. I agree totally with Natalie. It's about the ethics relative to the AI. And one other thing which has already been mentioned today, it's the data security. But again, that's what Stefan said. AI works with data which are provided to the AI. So to regulate AI, I think there needs to be a data protection. And then AI could be pretty safe.
Thank you, Jan. Any more questions? Yes? I give you my mic. It's faster.
Thank you. Jan, I just wanted to ask you, the very excellent presentation about human role. I want to reconfirm that human is going to be always at the center stage. No way under the sun for a million years. And one reason why I just want to supplement that, human beings are used only 6 to 7% of their brain capacity, the total potential. The 94% which is reserved will take care of any assault from technology. No way human beings will be defeated. Having said, as a general comment, I want to ask you specifically, in this new era of technology and all that, AI, what should be or what are going to be the emerging traits for the leaders? New trends.
difficult question.
On a high level.
Like a big prediction.
I think the advantage of AI is the speed of processing certain data. So in terms of leadership, AI can help in analyzing data which are important for decision making, and that has been mentioned by Natalie. And I think that can improve, your extend your 6% capacity. But coming to this percentage, it's very interesting. Like everybody has been using this commercial, Microsoft Office programs, and I, for example, love Excel. But as a sort of standard user of Excel, I hear that I'm using about 3% of its capacity. And I'm still very happy that I have it, No, but I think, and it has been mentioned several times here already, AI is a tool, and the same tool is fire, and everybody knows the sayings about the fire, that it's a good servant, but a bad master. And whether we make AI a good servant or a bad master, it's mostly on us. And if we leave AI to do things which are beneficial for us, like this data collection and analysis. Because what I hear, for example, about AI is that it could be very useful, and it's different than project management, and it's the medical diagnostics. Because it can evaluate a lot of information and a lot of data much, much faster than any human, But then in the end of the day, the decision how to treat a patient should not be left to the AI, And this can be applied to leadership. I was mentioning about positioning people, for example, analyzing their skills and talents, and establishing them and recognizing them, basically. And there AI could help. I do not know exactly why, because I haven't seen any particular example in that area, but why not? It's basically data analysis and recommendation. And then you make a decision as a human, and I think it should be always like that.
I like the term recommendation. It's a good one, because we have to decide how to use the data. I like to move the discussion away from AI now a bit more to leadership, because the topic we haven't covered right now. And Jan, maybe a question to you. My experience is I worked in a very large program in Peru for 3 years, and we have so many different countries, so people from different countries on board of our project. And that's one part of leadership. Maybe I would like to raise awareness to is cultural differences. We've worked with the theory of Gerd Hofstede, the Dutch scientist who made that cultural theory. You might know him, maybe, And our task was a good process to raise awareness for every member in the team that we are different. So as a German, I had to learn how the Peruvians behave. I knew the Americans, of course. They're on time like we do. But there are different countries, different behaviors, different rules actually. And maybe the question to you is there any process you're using to, I would say, to condition teams to better work together from different cultures?
That's a very good question, and I think it might sound a little silly or straightforward, but I think that the people, in order to work together, especially when they are coming from different cultural backgrounds, they should just get to know each other much better, like off-site. Just really build interpersonal relationships and discuss things which are not only, professional. Because when you approach somebody, it's different now, but in the past, when you approach somebody from a different country, there was always like, you don't know what to think about the person, you don't know how they react, and all that. And so you need to go for lunch with them, you need to go for dinner, you have to discuss your families, and then you find out that basically most of the people are the same. I mean, we talked about it many times also with Stefan and a lot of people here. Korea is 8,000 kilometers from the place where I live, and it's the same in a way, but it's very different in a way, and there's a nice blend, and you have to start to build on the things which are the same, and basically I think the human values are very similar almost everywhere in the world. So just get closer to the people.
Actually telling us that the team alignment process we are having in most of the projects, not in Europe, but maybe outside America, is a lot of team alignment processes, also should end with some kind of beer at the bar, actually, yeah. That's a good thing.
We call it in French or in Switzerland apéro. It's the time before the eating where you drink the first drink. Before the dinner or something. This makes it open, and after that, sure. And ICPMA is exactly of that. We meeting people and friends from all around the world, and if you meet them twice or three times, you have the impression you saw them yesterday. And we didn't saw each other like the 10 last years, but we just meet and we feel we have these common visions, these common elements, and the difference make it very interesting.
And the thing is, Stefan, let me add this: you don't have to drink Aperol all the time. Also, beer's also a valuable drink.
Okay. Depends on the culture.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, Raquel. Come on, I do it. I'm closer.
Well, what I feel in construction is that when we talk about AI, and especially AI, it's easier for managers or even designers to think about that and apply it. But when we go to the sites and to the construction, it's really a different world, at least in Portugal. And for me, the question is, wouldn't that be the biggest challenge for us as construction project managers? Because we can apply it in our work, but it could be difficult to share it to all the sector, all the industry.
I think it's a question of time. We have also that with BIM. BIM is now, we talked about that 10 years ago, and now each architect, each engineer is working in BIM. We do the construction on the site. They're also working with BIM elements, but they need also the paper drawings. But if you go in operation, nobody knows how to do with this BIM, and it's needed. You have everything double. You have and you have to use it. But it's a question of time. I think in 5 years, everybody will use it. And it's the same with this question. On the site, it will come first with robots, and after that, it will go on, and we will live in another world in 10 years. But maybe in a safety one, which less deaths or things like this.
I think that the world of design, basically, or even project management, is very different from the world of construction. Because I will simplify a little bit, obviously, but in design and management in these areas, you are basically dealing with intelligence, where the artificial intelligence can be helpful. On site, I don't want to say that the people who work on site are not intelligent, not at all, on the contrary, but you're working or you're talking about the manual dexterity, how the things are done by hands. So you may have artificial hands which do that. I don't know whether that's artificial intelligence, the robots. I mean, you can obviously make things, maybe you can have the Terminators who will be, working on sites 24 hours a day, etc., etc., etc. But it's still about the quality of workmanship. But what can actually be a way forward in this respect, and mixing these two worlds, is what was on Stefan's projects, and that's prefabrication. Because designing the prefab elements, I mean, we in Czech Republic, Central Europe, and everywhere basically had our experience with prefabrication, right? And the results were not really something to be really proud of. But it can be different, like we have seen in Stefan's project, and there have been other projects which are prefabricated, are very nice. And the prefabrication can bring a quality, especially, for example, I don't want to go into details in concrete structure. I mean, if you do in situ concrete, that's a totally different quality than from prefab element. So maybe this is the way, you know, in the middle, how to design better prefabricated elements by using artificial intelligence.
And I think just to add to that, just to kind of echo what the message has been today, as Dave mentioned earlier, we're still laying brick the same way we have been for hundreds of years. I think we can certainly improve the process and the speed, the return of time, as Adesh pointed out earlier, in the earlier stages of the projects, but kind of exactly what I'm about to kind of mention, quality control. And I think that's where humans can still play a big part of the process and need to play a big part of the process, because I think it was mentioned earlier about the bridge, like the tactile, being able to feel the tension. There's still very much a human factor. So I still, again, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, it's definitely a tool to support, help make decisions faster, process information, reporting, but there's still very much a part of this that remains with the human.
Thank you. I think I'm going to close the panel discussion. It's 3 o'clock now. We are going to the break. I think we have to be back at 3:30, correct? 3:25, okay. On point, please. Thank you so much.
All right, so hi everyone, thanks for joining in. My name is Shu, I'm from Nikken. And like I've said earlier, this is our 4th or 5th consecutive year in joining the ICPMA conference. And for us, this is not a, let's say, one-year event that we join. I think this is, for us, this is more about a kind of a communityship here, exchanging ideas, understanding the discussions from Germany or from the US, or how things are being done in South Korea. So a lot of it is about this kind of communityship, having colleagues from around the world. And I think this is where we find a great value into joining ICPMA. And also more than that, for example, there's also friendship that comes here. And I saw this through the former presidents of ICPMA. It's amazing how over the last 30, 40 years, this has continued. And today to Raquel, for example. And with this point in mind, I would like to introduce 3 of our young talents from our company. So please give them a warm applause and welcome.
Hello, everyone. To be honest, we are very nervous after the very professional presentations. But, and also, as our understanding, I think we are required to talk about something related to the future. So we brought the new topic, it's space architecture. And that includes architecture on Earth and also architecture beyond Earth. Sorry, I'm nervous. Okay, so we will, sorry, what's happening? So we will discuss the background of space development currently is going on, and also to explore the potential role for we might play in the new fields in 3 chapters. So the title is Imagining Future Roles in PMCM in Space Business Development and Investing in New Roles for Spaceport Project Delivery. So first, we'd like to introduce our company. Nikken Group was founded in 1900, and it's the largest architecture firm in Japan with more than 2,000 employees. And throughout our history, Nikken has taken on many pioneering projects. And so we are always looking for our new challenges and in the fields of architecture, urban design, and also engineering. And within Nikken Group, we have a team called SAL, which is standing for Space Architecture Lab. So these days we are exploring how Nikken can contribute to the space development. And here are the members of our team. And today, the presenters are from the construction, Nikken Seki Construction Management, and I am Hiroaki Anamizu. My background is architecture design, and I also had a study in Switzerland.
Hello, my name is Namiki Noda. I studied in Chiang University at the master's degree, and I finished my 3-year training program last year and started working in public architecture department. Hello everyone, I'm Miyu Ichihara. I've only been working for a year, so I'm still training now. So this is my first time at ICPMA, so I'm so nervous now. Sorry. So we'd like to start our presentation about space. So this may be a certain question, but how long did it take to get to Seoul from your home? So where are you from? Asia, Europe, America? For example, if you came from Europe by plane, the flight time alone may have been 13 hours. I imagine many participants are exhausted from the long trip. But if rocket technologies are advancing, we may be able to make same trip just 30 minutes by suborbital point-to-point transportation. It's amazing, isn't it? But so as space technology advances, our lives will totally change. And this future is not too far away. In chapter 1, we'd like to talk about the new era that is now called New Space. Right now, the space business is growing rapidly. In 1965, the global space economy was about $12 billion. In 2025, it is reaching 55 times that. And by 2035, it is expected to grow to 150 times that. This chart shows the distribution of institutional space budget in 2024. It shows that the US is overwhelmingly in first place, accounting for 61% of the total, followed by China and Europe. Japan ranks third in the world in the term of budget size per country. And the players driving space development have also changed dramatically. Starting with SpaceX, private-led space development has seen remarkable increase. In the 1960s, only 5% was led by the private sector, and it was mostly led by government, such as NASA. But for now, today balance has flipped. But about 70% is now led by the private sector. This includes a wide variety of areas, such as ground facilities, satellite communications, and various research activities, etc. So now, let me introduce a few examples of private-led space development projects that are currently underway. The first example is Spaceport America, designed by Foster and Partners. It was built in New Mexico in 2019 as the world's first commercial spaceport. Beyond this, many other projects are also progressing around the world. The second example is Orbital Reef by Blue Origin. It's a next-generation commercial space station envisioned as a mixed-use business park in orbit. Space architecture is no longer just a national symbol. It's becoming a place operated by the private sector. The third example is Mars Base Alpha by SpaceX. It is the first foothold for a self-sustaining city of the 1 million people on Mars. Space architecture is now reaching the next ground, beyond Earth's orbit to the Moon and Mars. So this is what we call new space, a new era in which space development is shifting from government-led programs to private sector innovation. So in this new era, how can PM-CM contribute to the new space industry? In addition to that, architecture and aerospace have traditionally been treated as separate fields. But now, the intersection of the two being actively studied, opening up new points of connection between our world of PM-CM and the world of aerospace. Because of this, we believe the knowledge of construction management that we have today can also be applied to architecture beyond Earth. That said, living on the moon is still far off future. So what we are focusing on is space architecture on Earth. In other words, it's spaceport. Please take a look at this timeline. When you look at this way, you can see the starting point of space development is actually ground facility. And this is a roadmap of our career and space development. And this image behind us shows a spaceport that Nikken envisions for the 2050s. We believe we can grow together on the same timeline as the space industry develops. So in the next chapter, we'd like to talk about the spaceport and look closer.
Okay, now let me tell you about spaceport. Do you happen to know how many spaceports there are in the world right now? Please take a look at this world map. As you can see, spaceports are spreading all over the world. There are 85 spaceports in both planning and operational stages. The number of projects is surging, especially in Asia, Europe, and North America. Now, spaceports are a strategic priority for many countries. So why do they need spaceports now? The answer is simple. The bottleneck has moved. For a long time, the difficult part was the rocket. But in 2024, SpaceX Mechazilla caught a booster in the air. So we can now reuse rockets now. And this is making launch costs drop fast. This is a launch cost for rockets per kilogram. From the space shuttle era to the future Starship, launch cost will be 1,000 times cheaper. The cost reduction accelerates the new space era, and the launch demands growing, especially in the US. So we can now launch rockets. The next question is the ground side. How do we build a spaceport that supports launches? That needs a new challenge. Through the role of spaceport, you can also see the change towards new space era. Until the 2010s, spaceports were mainly government facilities. The users were a small group, only engineers and astronauts. But in the 2020s, the users have changed. Now, private companies and general passengers can also use them. And by the 2030s and 40s, spaceports may handle over 100 launches a year. And they may also have terminals for general passengers, like this picture. And space tourism is a clear example of this change. Today, the space travel is still very expensive. It's not for everyone. So far, only people with great wealth of fame have traveled. For example, Jeff Bezos, he is founder of Amazon and Blue Origin, and pop star Katy Perry and actor William Shatner. They experience suborbital flight. The flight time is just 10 minutes. Can anyone here pay around $1 million for 10 minutes flight? At least I cannot pay for it. So, but the price will drop in the future. The cost of suborbital flights may drop about 1/10 of current levels, and in the more future, it will be 1/100 of the current cost. At that point, space travel will not be just for the few. It will become a part of everyday life for ordinary people. Maybe even someone like me. Okay, so, so where should we build a spaceport? The location depends on two things, safety and orbital conditions. First, safety. They need to launch rockets toward the ocean or empty lands to keep debris falling away from people. And about the orbit, the best location changes with the target. For example, to reach geostationary orbit, it's about 30,000 kilometers above the Earth. A site near the equator has a big advantage. And if they launch to the east, the rocket can use Earth's rotation as a boost. And what we built in Spaceport is a hybrid infrastructure. It combines three fields: architecture, civil engineering, and plant engineering. In one spaceport, they bring together control building, launch pad, and fuel supply systems. And three functions must follow many layers of rules. They need to get a site license to build spaceport because launch has a significant impact on surrounding areas. It requires confirming the site safety and completing an environmental assessment. And of course, they must follow the building codes and the regulation for using hazardous materials. And the agreements of international space treaties are also important. In the future, we think spaceports will grow into spaceport cities. Around the launch site, industry, tourism, and daily life will all develop together. For example, research and development, mines, and manufacturing, primary industries, tourism, something like that. Together, they will create a local employment ecosystem, and a city will grow step by step. We call phased expandable model. So, who builds and operates these spaceports? There are four main types of business model. The difference is how much the public side and private side share the cost. In the new space era, every site runs on some kind of public-private mix. If the private side pays too much, it becomes hard to ensure enough supply. However, if the public side pays too much, local government will struggle. That's why public-private partnerships are so important. The PPP or PFI model shares both risk and returns. This is a key to build a sustainable spaceport at the right pace. So, how are these complex projects actually carried out? In Chapter 3, we will show you a real example from Japan.
So the third chapter, the title is Emerging Future Laws in PMCM through a case study of spaceport in Hokkaido. So from here, we'd like to look at the space development in Japan. We will introduce a spaceport in Hokkaido. And through the example, we will consider the law of PMCM. So when we say space development, most of us probably think about the United States like Apollo program in 1970s, and currently Artemis program is ongoing, so they will land on the moon soon. However, for Japanese, space has always been popular as well. So the Japanese oldest story is about a princess from the moon, and since the 1960s, space has appeared in many anime and manga. Maybe you have seen some of them, do you? No. So the reason why we show this slide is we want to say, so because of this cultural background, space industry is attracting lots of attention in Japan. So there are the sports currently being planned in Japan. And as in other countries, they are located in the countryside. And their goal is to develop local economies through the space industry. But the character of Japanese spaceports are compared to other countries. We can say those populations, so the small rural municipalities are willing to support this space development business. So this is one example. Fukushima is now trying to revitalize the region through the space industry. As some of you might remember, in 2011, Fukushima had a huge historical earthquake and tsunami. And at the same time, there was a tragic nuclear power plant accident. So many residents in this region had no choice but evacuate, and many have still not returned. And today, in this less populated area, Fukushima is organizing test fields for the new technologies such as robots, and also the rocket industry is one part of that. And so currently some companies are launching those small rockets, as you can see in the left picture. And now there is an urban planning, it's called Fukushima Innovation Coast Initiative, led by the Japanese government. So actually, space industry is selected as an important economic strategy by the government this year. And currently, one of the cities located the north part of the Fukushima is trying to effort to invite the spaceports. So next, we'd like to talk about HOSPO. This is the first commercial spaceport in Asia, which is currently under operation and partially in construction. But currently, this project runs without us, meaning PMCM. So we'd like to consider the role of PMCM through this case study. Spaceport HOSPO is located in an agriculture area about 15 kilometers away from the small town with a population of just 5,300 people. But here's the interesting story. So this project has actually supported by the donation from more than 300 local companies. So it really shows how much our community is interested in the spaceport project. And also HOSPO is aiming to become the first spaceport hub in Asia in the future. And their goal is to grow into space town, such as like Kennedy Space Center in the US. And this is the current the site drawing of the HOSPO. So there's currently the facility called some launch facilities, which is already in operation. And now they are expanding the facilities to the three parts. So those are the buildings currently existing and also on planning. So as you can see the photos, so those buildings are not so complex and not so large yet. But still, the cost efficiency is a very important issue. And this is a planned schedule. So Launch Complex 1 and Launch Complex 2 are currently in construction. But actually, if you focus on the Launch Complex 1, the schedule has already been extended, and it's still under construction. So why did such problem happen? So we had some analysis. So we considered this is from a perspective of the construction manager, and we wrote down some issues, and we thought there were many unclear and changeable factors in the upstream. Like the rocket launch demand was very unclear, so the client changed the specification, and then also other investors have joined, so they needed to change the financial scheme, and the government forced them to follow the global standard, and also the site have found earthquake risks. So as a result, currently they have schedule delay and also the cost rise. So this is the idea what we think how we can propose to hospital project. So a spaceport is a new building for us, but the problem we just saw are actually a familiar territory for us, like for the PMCM territory. So in particular, we think like handling the frequent changes and also aligning the multiple investors and the stakeholders and managing the change-related risks. Like these are exactly the area where our experience can add the value to the project. So we believe there's a huge opportunity for PMCM to be involved in projects like this. So far, we have talked about the challenge of the spaceports, but finally, so we'd like to think about future further. So that means architecture in space, and we will finish this presentation. So if the space industry market kept growing, so we think PMCM will have more chance to join. And when we join, I think our basic value is very clear. It's always cost control and schedule control and quality control. But the lesson from the spaceports, I think change control and stakeholder alignment going to be very critical issues. And I think the lesson from the spaceport can apply to this project in space. And one reason could be maybe the stakeholders are similar. And of course, for the quality, I think the technical side may need to collaborate with more the specialists. But overall, we believe there's a real opportunity for PMCM to contribute to the space industry. And we'd like to continue to seek the opportunity to be involved in future. So thank you for listening our presentation. And so this is a very new topic. It's a new space. So we hope you had you felt some excitement of us, although we are a bit nervous. So thank you so much for your kind attention. 감사합니다.
Nice picture.
Great, thank you very much. That was a very exciting and new presentation. We'll take some questions and answers, Q&A session, about 5 minutes, okay. So, does anyone want to start with the first question here? Or even, doesn't even have to be a question. Maybe Stefan in the back?
Yes, I saw on your picture that you're going to retire somewhere in the world, in the space. Which planet did you choose? I saw on your map that you are first drawing and everything, and your retirement will be in space. Which planet did you choose?
I want to go to Mars or Jupiter.
Jupiter, yeah.
Thank you, Stefan. Maybe next session, Jan.
Thank you. Thank you. It's certainly a very interesting subject, you know, and one thing is obviously designing and project managing the ground facilities. The other is actually the rockets and the facilities on other planets. But what I didn't perhaps catch at the beginning of your presentation, how real this is. I mean, is it a real business plan of Nikkei to be involved in this type of projects, or is it just a student idea or young sort of apprentice employees idea?
Business plan.
So actually, we have a plan to meet the spaceport, how to say, the company which is currently operating the HOSPO, the Hokkaido one, which we introduced just now. So this is the kind of like also the, the preparation for meeting for them. But the part of the architecture out of Earth is our kind of, how to say, our imaginary like research. But actually we also spoke to a professional from the US, and then there's a Japanese guy who studied architecture and now currently studying in the aerospace field in Purdue University, which produces a lot of the astronauts. And then he's now studying about this construction management or project management in the space architecture. So we also got some opinions, and then so that's why the last slide I tried to combine into his idea and our spaceport project.
So there's actually a kind of a laboratory that we have looking into this, but working on real projects actually, potentially in the future. So it's a bit of a think tank, but it's also a bit of a research project as well. David?
Yeah, hi there. We heard a lot earlier from Natalie about sustainability in projects, and I just wonder, how does sustainability fit into delivering a spaceport?
That is a very difficult question.
I'm sorry.
So you want to hear like how this connects to the sustainability of the Earth, or?
Just how can we apply sustainability in spaceports?
So if we think about the architecture in the space, so the architecture needs to be like simple, and then it's all going to be like need to be the modular system. So it has I think it has a lot of research about what's the modular going to be efficient, because like you also sometimes need to be the parts need to be detachable, like, but also still the connection should be strong enough. Like this kind of maybe the engineering experiment could be maybe contribute to the sustainability idea on Earth. Is that
something for the future?
Something for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to add that, for example, plant design these days are mostly modular, prefabricated, and they're brought on site and being connected, So these kind of plant design elements, modularity, prefabrication, I think this is very real in this type of planning systems. Nadesh?
I just wanted to ask you, like, Elon Musk is going to be the richest man because of the SpaceX. He's going to make tons of money. So your whole concept, which is a great concept, especially half an hour instead of 6, 7, 8, 12 hours. So at some point in time, well, as my friend was asking, should it result into a business deal in terms of top line profitability, in terms of business, capturing the business of space travel?
So space business is actually it's very unclear how it's going to be happen in future. Like currently the US is very dominant, but so I don't know out of the US and out of the Japan, the US, but in Japan, there are many like startups who is really trying hard to build something out of the earth, and then they also the government support. So I think until the space business gonna be more like a steady developing, the government will how to say support them. So it really depends on maybe your country's like political reasons.
Maybe we have time for one more. Louis.
This is more of a comment than a question. I'm always amazed when people look at ideas that everybody else thinks are too far into the future. But I would like to congratulate Nikin and yourselves for looking at something like this, because it's only through investigating a project like this that we actually begin to see what the problems of the future will actually be. So it's wonderful to see this, and it's wonderful that you brought it here to ICPMA to show it to us. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, folks, congratulations to everybody who's still here. There is a saying that you always should keep the best wine until last. Hopefully that's what we're going to do. So we have two of our presidents who cannot be with us, who sent us messages. And we're just going to play a short video from each of those before we start. And then I'll introduce the session. So if you have the one from Nick Smith first. Nick is we let Nick talk for himself. Okay. Okay.
ICPMA. 25 years is a truly remarkable event for the association, and firstly we need to praise the vision of those who started this association 25 years ago, so very well done. And I think we also need to congratulate all of our members, whether they are individuals, associations, or other bodies around the world who, like us, support and promote good practice in construction project management throughout the world. ICPMA, over 25 years, has grown into a truly international, in fact worldwide, organisation with friends around the world. And in 2012 I joined, and I have never regretted it. I've met so many friends. It's been a very rewarding time. ICPMA is flexible, it's dynamic, and it has always reflected current trends and promoted the learning and the encouragement of young people to join one of our wonderful professions, so that the buildings, places, infrastructure and all that goes on in our world that's built is there for generations to be proud of, is sustainable, and is just the best that we can possibly do. So, particular thanks to CIMAC of Korea for hosting the conference this year, and I know it will be a great success. So, good luck to everyone, have a fun time, and cheerio from Spain.
Okay, and thank you from Nick. Nick is from Spain, or is in Spain at the moment, as you can hear, and he's out in nature as well, so you could hear the birds chirping in the background. We also have a video from Arnd, and I don't know if Arnd is actually joining us online as well. He was talking of doing this. I don't know if we have that facility, but Arnd is another one of our former presidents.
Dear members and friends of ICPMA,
Okay, again, we need...
my name is Arndt Wittgen, former president of ICPMA.
Oh.
I'm sending my congratulations to 25 years of existence of the International Construction Project Management Association. I have the pleasure to be a member of this global unique association for construction.
If we can't do it,
Project managers.
It could just be that the volume that you recorded at was too low.
Dear members and friends of ICPMA, my name is Arndt Wittgen, former president of ICPMA. I'm sending my congratulations to 25 years of existence of the International Construction.
No, I think you have it up to the maximum. I don't think you're going to get any more out of it. I did listen to it earlier on. He congratulated all of us. He said we're going to have a great time. It's going to be a wonderful conference. And of course, he was 100% correct. So, Arndt, if you have joined us, thank you for that. We'll just leave it for the moment. We might put it in at the end if there is an opportunity. So, if we could just go to the presentation, then, please.
And experience with other
we just go to the presentation.
Together.
Arndt is still trying to talk in the background, but we'll move him on. Okay, thank you very much. Right, as I said, this is the last of the sessions for this ICPMA conference, and what we're going to do over the next hour or so is we're going to talk about the past, the present, and the future. The past being what happened before ICPMA was formed, and then in the last 25 years of ICPMA, and then we're going to speculate about the future. And we have to be careful about that, because I've always heard that you should never try to invent the future from the past, because you bring some of the past mistakes with you, but hopefully we'll try to get around that. Okay, so this way. Our presidents. And we will have some of them up on the stage in a few moments, but we have had 13 presidents right up to today. The first 2 years we didn't have a president because we were still trying to get the organisation started up, but two of the people who started up the organisation are with us here today. One is Jan Zemanek, and the second person is Stefan May from Switzerland, who you've seen their presentations earlier on. Jan, by the way, was the first person to serve 2 terms, 2 distinctly different terms, and as I said, one of the founding members, Stefan, one of the other founding members, so that's a first for both of those. Adesh Jain was the first person that we had as a president from India, from Asia, and he was also the first person to introduce us to CMAC, to Chairman Bai, and without that connection we would probably not be here in Korea today. I am the only first I have, as I'm the first and only president from Ireland. Willie Reisman followed me. He won't be here today, regrettably, and neither will Arndt or Nick or Christina, who was our first woman president. Philip Sander is here. Philip was one of the first of the new generation as well, of the next generation. I know, Philip, you think we're all the same age, and that, but no, I'm older than you. So he was the first of the next generation. And then we have our current president, and Raquel is the first person whose one of her parents were involved in the steering committee, so she is a real second-generation ICPMA person. And Lola, who couldn't be with us today, Lola became a grandmother just a few days ago, so she has other priorities right now, but she is going to have 2 firsts. She will be the first grandmother to be a president of ICPMA, and she will also be the first woman to succeed a woman as president of ICPMA, which is great to see that it happened twice in a row, that it's not all old men. It's a different ICPMA now. I just took this picture from the top of the Glad Hotel the other night, and I was just thinking about what a wonderful, wonderful place that we have been brought to for this conference. Seoul it's a beautiful city, and I've enjoyed it so much since I arrived here last week. But I've enjoyed the people, I've enjoyed the welcome, and I've enjoyed the way this conference was organised. And once again, I want to thank CMAC and Chairman Bai for bringing us here, and bringing all the other organisations as well, with whom we could collaborate over the last few days. And it really is wonderful to see this worldwide construction management family being in one place. It's a great thing to do, because we all want to share knowledge and make everything better in relation to construction. And without CMAC's help on this, we wouldn't be here to do that. So thank you once again. The presentation that I'm making here looks at the context of the ICPMA formation. So what the expectations were in 2000, what actually happened, and then throughout that 25 years between 2001 and 2026, what was going on. And then the road to 2050 is what we'll look at. Okay, so looking at 1975, now we're now going back 50 years. Not just 25. In 1973, which again was before 1975, we had the oil crisis shock, which moved a huge amount of economic activity from countries which used oil to countries that produced oil. And that created an enormous construction boom in the oil-producing countries. But there weren't big construction companies in those countries. So what had to happen is that global level conglomerates had to get together to build the big projects which would happen across the Middle East and other places across the world. And that was one of the first examples of this global construction market beginning to develop. There was a Middle East boom with airports, housing, infrastructure and so on. So it was really one of the beginnings of globalization. But it was followed, as all rises in economies, it was followed by a recession, and the demand then reduced, and the demand then went back into the other countries. So, for example, in Britain, there was a huge PFI program that started to develop infrastructure in the UK. There was a similar one in America. And then there was conflict in the Middle East, because if you have huge expansion, some people get very rich, but some people don't. And then you always get conflict in a situation like that. But as the developing countries began to increase their infrastructure, the Asian companies began to enter the market into the Western countries and started building things like metros and airports and so on. So we got an even bigger boost from our global construction industry. At the same time, the Soviet Union collapsed, and there were technological advances in CAD, early software, the BIM foundations, and also we had the dot-com boom. So everybody was thinking you can do something quickly with software, you can make lots and lots of money, and there was a general feeling by the time we got to 2000 of the world is going to be a much better place. And that was the time at which ICPMA was formed. So the expectation was that everything would move forward. It would be a paperless world. Remember when we thought that all the paper was going to go? I did some research back in 2000. I discovered we were using 10 times as much paper as we had been using in the 10 years before. The Y2K panic. How many people here remember Y2K? Only a small number. Most of you are too young for that. But we all thought everything was going to fail. We thought planes were going to fall out of the sky. Well, some of us did. But nothing happened. We got over that. In the cinemas, we were being shown movies about things like flying cars. Back to the Future was something that we would have had. There was a lot more VR. We thought we were going to have a huge amount of that. The dot-com boom was really taking off at that stage. Globalization was also beginning to become much more established. And this was just before 9/11. There was great optimism that the world was going to be a really much better place. So that's what we stepped into. But as we all know, things don't work out as we think they will. The dot-com boom and globalization resulted in a huge amount of transfer of production to economies which had lower wages, such as China and India. And that changed the face of economies across the world. There was geopolitical disruption, as in the EU expansion. Crimea in 2014 was invaded by Russia. Financial crisis and the housing collapse. This was with the Lehman Brothers. The banks failed, and therefore everything went into negative equity all over the world. The Arab Spring came about with a lot of conflict across the Middle East, some of which is still there today because of of what happened. And a lot of that was that some people were getting very rich, while other people were getting poorer. And if you have expansion and it's not managed, that's what will happen. China was, it was building, doing lots of building, doing lots of production, and it's still going on. COVID-19 came in. We weren't expecting COVID-19 back in 2000. There were inflation crises, energy, financial pressures. And then in domestic politics as well, and in international politics, we had the rise of nationalism, which we are seeing. Brexit is a result of that. We're seeing some of it in America at the moment with Donald Trump. We're seeing industry transformation as well, which is on the good side. We're seeing AI. We're seeing a lot of issues around sustainability, and automation have become bigger. So when ICPMA was formed, all of this was unexpected stuff. So when we look at the expectation versus realities, our expectation in relation to the internet, sorry, why is this? Yeah, it was underestimated because we actually live online now a lot of the times. I see on the metro coming here in the last couple of days, everybody's looking at a phone, they're playing games, nobody's talking to each other, any place. It's the same every place, it's not just in Korea. With personal technology, we thought we were going to have a different piece of equipment for everything. We don't, we have one. Globalization, we thought we would be much more connected to the rest of the world, but nationalism has actually become a big issue. Social media and gaming, we thought they were going to be huge, and they have become huge, but we had actually expected that we'd be much more immersed in a virtual life. There's no flying cars like Back to the Future, but we have electric vehicles instead. And then we have software automation and algorithms. We don't have the androids, except we had the android dogs the other day. But we may have them in the future. But we didn't get the stuff that we thought we were going to get, but we got different things instead. And how we adapted to that, construction became more resilient. It tried to absorb the shocks, to adapt to the conditions, to transform its practices. And we've heard numerous presentations on that earlier today. Our digital tools became much more prominent. Zoom became huge. Teams became huge, particularly because of COVID. And sometimes what happens is you get a crisis and then you get a jump in technology as a result of the crisis. I can't remember who it was that said one should never waste a good crisis. But we got several of them in the last 25 years, and we got a lot of technological jumps as a result of that. More telework, there were, then we started looking at mental health. We had a presentation yesterday on mental health for construction workers. In relation to supply chain, we have issues with supply chains in that things like the Strait of Hormuz causes us a problem because our supply chains are not diverse enough. They need to be more diverse, but we are trying to diversify those across the world. And we're looking at risk in a different way. So when you look at ICPMA then, ICPMA brought in a global knowledge network. We're benefiting from that here today. International conferences, again, we're benefiting from that. ICPMA awards, I believe they're being given out tonight, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Research and education, we're getting involved in supporting that across the world. Our young professionals, we saw 3 wonderful young professionals here earlier making their presentation and opening our minds to things that we think, okay, it's edgy sort of stuff. It's on the edge of what we believe to be possible. But it's only by thinking like that that you push the boundaries of what you will do in the future. The better way was one that was invented by Willy Reisman when he wanted to see, can we do construction in a better way, by more collaboration, by easier contracts and so on. And he made quite some differences in that. And again, the global partnerships, as we mentioned earlier on with everybody being here. So when we go looking to 2050 then, that brought us up right up to today. We have to remember that up to 2050, there will be $150 trillion worth of infrastructure built. That is a staggering amount of money. But that is a huge amount of opportunity for the construction industry. There will be an enormous amount of work done on climate. There are issues that we need to solve, and we have to move in that direction. There will be transitions which we will move away from fossil fuels towards different types of energy. We're getting rapid urbanization. If you look across the world, our cities are getting bigger, with more traffic, more people, and the areas outside of our cities are becoming more sparsely populated. We are adopting digital solutions to things a lot faster than we have before, and that's going to continue to grow. But we're also growing in defence, in technology and in the green sector. And defence, I see it particularly in Europe, where we're moving towards maybe 2.5% of GDP is now going to be put towards defence from now on, because of the threats that there are close to us in that part of the world. So what we need to do is to continue to build resilience across the construction industry, and ICPMA will continue to do that. And we'll do that by diversifying our supply chains and resourcing our minerals and so on from different regions. If you look, for example, at EVs, which I mentioned earlier on, lithium-ion batteries are the one thing that's stopping huge growth compared to quite rapid growth that we're getting, but really expanding it. There is a new technology which is being put forward now called sodium-ion batteries. And the issue with lithium is that you have to mine both lithium and cobalt to make a lithium-ion battery, both of which are very hard on the environment. But sodium is freely available in seawater, which is one of the most abundant things in the world. So that's going to make a difference. Now, it won't work in cars because there's a certain, there's a ratio between the number of kilowatt hours per kilogram that you can have in a battery, and you're not going to be able to get it with sodium. But in houses, the batteries in houses, you will be able to use that, which will free the lithium up for going into the cars. We will need a much more flexible workforce, and in some cases we're struggling to even get a workforce, but we're going to have to be very flexible about how that workforce comes about so that we can continue to construct. And we're going to have to look a lot more at modular methods, and I was very interested in looking at Stefan's presentation earlier on to see the prefabrication, and that is becoming huge as well across the industry, and it will be even more in the future. So I'm going to take the presidents up onto the stage now, so if you will join me up here, all 5 of the presidents who are here. We need another chair. Okay, Philip, if you move in there, and I'll sit over there. Okay, we're going to look at some of these global challenges. I'll join you in a moment to have the discussions, but some of the things that are coming up, the opportunities as we move from fossil fuels, rebuilding after conflict, which is mentioned in one of the presentations yesterday as well, the changing nature of career development, which is something that Jan was discussing as well. There are new professions emerging. This is one that people were talking about. There are new things that we're doing. There's greater diversity in the workforce, creating new opportunities, and we're looking at the new roles that construction project management will play or will create. So we start with questions. And this is one for Adesh. Adesh, the implications of the construction project management profession is what should be the implications for the construction management profession to adapting aggressively to AI technology, and what are the challenges to leadership that will come about in nurturing the AI mindset? So start with the first one, if you don't mind.
I think, in my view, the standard deviation, the variety, the difference between the people who are really doing the construction at the lowest level, and then you keep on bringing the people at higher and higher and higher level, the illiteracy in terms of adopting technology is very high, very, very high. So I think the major challenge to the profession is how to bridge this huge gap. People who are putting their hands in the mud, in soil, in concrete, and the persons above and above. Like yesterday, somebody spoke 7 levels of subcontractors. Yeah. I think the challenge to the profession is how to create less standard deviation, less variation between the different kinds. More the variation, more uncertainty. Larger the standard deviation, larger the uncertainties. So the challenge will be how to use technology to bring this literacy to reduce the standard deviation or variety. That is number one.
And number two, Number two then, the second part of that then, is the challenges to leadership in nourishing the AI mindset. And I don't just mean leadership in the construction industry. I mean leadership, worldwide leadership. What are the challenges that you see to that?
I think major challenge of leadership is that they are obsolete. And they don't admit. That is the challenge. The challenge is they don't understand the reality which is emerging. They live in the past. They live in the laurels of the past. And they think that extension of that success, what they have achieved, will continue for the future. Is highly lunatic, so to speak. So the challenge for the leadership would be to teach them that you could be a starting student. Unless they understand the importance of the new technological wave, they will not encourage that to happen. So I think the major challenge would be to be modest, to be humble, to see these are the new changes. I need to reskill myself, and that will bring a transformation to the industry.
Okay, and does any of the other presidents want to add anything to that?
It's funny what you say, because I have a team. I am the project manager director in my company, and ultimately what happens is that I feel that I know less than them already. And I am a few years than here. But they know already more than me, and they use more the technologies than me. And I was here sitting on that chair thinking, I need to ask them to teach me, because I need to know what they are using, why they use that and not the other, and I need they to teach me, because I'm the step ahead of them.
Does anybody see any risks to humanity in this?
It's funny, we had this discussion together, because if the system goes over, they will remark that the human is actually dangerous for the planet, and maybe the AI will kill the man so that the planet can survive.
The way I'd actually look about that is that in 1945 we found a weapon which could kill millions of people, and we've been able to control that weapon ever since. If we can control nuclear weapons, we can control AI. That's my view. So, Jan, do you agree?
As you said, Luis, it's difficult to predict the future, but I think everybody would wish what you're saying.
Okay, and Jan, seeing as you're in the humour for talking, how has the perception of jobs in CPM developed during ICPMA's existence? And are these jobs considered attractive?
That's a great and difficult question to answer, because what I experience, and when I discuss it with colleagues from different companies and countries and wherever, it looks like that the technically oriented jobs or construction oriented jobs, especially, well, actually at all levels, are becoming less and less attractive. And it's very difficult to find people who can do the work on site by their hands, because the skill is somehow absent. I do not know where it disappeared. And it's also difficult to find people at the higher levels who are supposed to do the management things. Because to become, for example, a structural designer, a civil engineer who can calculate a bridge or something, even with using AI, this is a very demanding study at the university level. And if you compare it to a blogger who just does, TikTok or YouTube or whatever, that basically requires nothing than courage. You know, so we are virtually, physically experiencing absence of young people in the construction industry, and I discuss it with the contractors who are supposed to be like on the other side of the barricade, but we all have the same problem. You know, I'm telling the contractors, why are you, you know, sending this guy as a construction manager here? He's worth nothing, you know, he knows nothing. I cannot get anybody. We are trying to look at universities, we are trying to attract young people. They are not interested. So I think this is a huge challenge because there are jobs which seem to be more attractive, better paid, and less demanding. So a big challenge is how to make construction-related jobs, design-related jobs more attractive so that the talented young people will do that. Otherwise, nobody will build anything in the future anymore. Maybe the robots.
Yeah, Jan, the same experience I have over the last years. But there might be maybe a small way out of the crisis, I would say. What we experience is that we have new contracting methods. There's a big, actually, a change now in the whole industry. Nobody of the young guys actually wants to go in and fight, you know, claim management, aggressive claim management, change order management, etc., you know. The thing what we do for decades now in Europe and all over the whole world, you know, is something we can change, and we actually are up to change it right now. So what we do now, actually in Germany and Austria, is trying to establish new contracting methods, incentive methods, using also alliancing contracts, etc. And what we experience also in my university, my students, is when you give them some kind of perspective where you go out as an engineer and don't have to fight and struggle with the contractor, which are actually the same age as you on a different side, you know, and trying to work collaborative together. It's a goal many of our young people actually trying to achieve, because they go out and, you know, they're more about work-life blending and balance, what the new words are, and it's something that can help, you know, our industry to get faster and also having more innovation and collaborative approach.
Yeah, okay. Is there anybody, I noticed that most of the people who are sitting down there are earlier in their careers than the people who are sitting up here. So you clearly came into the industry certainly after I did. So is there anybody who would wish to disclose why did they come into the industry, and do they see this as an industry which has a future for them? Is there anybody who would take that question? It's unusual for the people on the stage to be asking the audience questions. Yes, we have somebody. Huh?
I think it's a really good question, and it's something we happy to discuss anytime. I started my job joining COVID, so I think I'm in between, and I saw some new grad joining my company, which is younger than me, but also I see some people before me, right? And what's common topic around me is like people are fed up with AI now, because they already use it. They are in the SNS every day, and they start to say, you know, like, it's useful, and they can use it, but they don't want to do it as a main job anymore. Once they did it for 3-4 years, and then they start to do more actual thing, because this is something you really feel some human need to do. But to notice this, it will take some time, because they need to experience this, you know, tiring AI, internet, skill set first, but then maybe they will come back as the actual building. And what I think for especially the construction area industry is like AI is not taking over the physical things yet, and I don't know when it's going to be happen, but there will be certainly a big difference between AI I don't know, AI took over actual building, or the building. I hope there's a bit, you know, differences, and I just really hope that, you know, we hope there's a differences, but let's see, I don't know, but that's how I feel.
Okay, thank you. No, the other thing that is interesting as well when you start reading up on AI is there isn't just one AI, there's several different versions of how AI works, and you know, I think there's going to be a lot more study in that. There's going to be a lot more research into how we can use it for the construction industry. but we really have a challenge to try to make construction more attractive as a career for people coming in. There's no doubt about that. Next question. So the latest technologies come from young people. So how do we in ICPMA and in construction project management in general make sure that young professionals are heard and appreciated, and that the established professionals really understand the future trends? And I really saw that this morning when we were talking about AI, and I was hoping that younger people from the audience would start asking questions or even challenging some of the statements that were being made. But I don't know, maybe people are not confident enough to do that. But how can we in ICPMA and CPM in general make sure those voices are actually heard? Philip, would you like to take that one?
Sure. I like the question. The things that I talked before, and I think the same thing I experience every day in university. We have students and we have young professionals, and which are on the road to the first project, maybe. The thing is, sometimes I have the feeling it's hard to believe that an older man or woman, can teach them something. Because the world is so fast with all the new technologies, etc. And I think maybe to get to the point where we actually get closer together with the young generation is like events like we have today here, The conferences, the ICPMA, we have to actually give them a chance, to really get to know better the professionals, like us. It's not like giving a presentation like today, I'm talking to you all here. It's like really to know each other, to spend time together, closer time, and to know the person. Because if you're old, Stefan, we have children, we have family, which is far away from young professionals, sometimes, So that's also some stages in life, you go through. And of course, when you build up trust, there's more belief, I think, what to achieve. And as you all know, you don't work for the project, you actually work for your boss, in the best case, You work for a person you really have trust in, and it's a kind of mentor thing.
Yes. And again, is there anybody in here that would like to add to that?
Just also to add something, in the office we have also this kind of challenges, and we really try to have mixed teams, with teams of students just coming out, people in the middle age and older, and this makes a lot of sense, and there is an exchange. It's not, I'm the boss, you have to do that, it's finished this time. It's all put together what we have and find a better solution for the client. This is what we do.
Yes, and I think the previous presentation that we just had is an excellent way in which established companies, large established companies, can put young minds to work on solving a problem of the future. Because there are a lot of problems of the past that we're trying to solve, but to look at problems of the future and to stretch their imagination. So again, I made comments earlier on about how welcome that presentation was, but I don't think I can say it enough. But is there anybody else here who wants to add anything to that? How about the established professionals? How can we understand the needs of the people that we're trying to attract into the industry?
When you talk to them, you understand.
I think the youngsters they're very, very getting impatient because they have to go along with the technology. The changes are phenomenally unprecedented. So with that mindset, I think our challenge will be how do we make our industry more in line with the technology? How do we create more buzzwords and start applying that so it can attract people? But ultimately, the construction is going to be the universal phenomena to build something from nothing. So I think the involvement of them, talking to them, saying what they want, we have to listen to them more than to tell them. I mean, that is going to be a very important relationship, collaboration. And we have to start collaborating with them. And we don't have to think of young or old. We are partners in this whole game of technological movement.
I think that's a very good point, because one of the things that we always said about ICPMA is that we're stronger together, and that together was right across the generations. And even here today we have people who I consider to be of the second generation of ICPMA presidents, Philip and Raquel, and there's a young man over there in the corner. Hopefully someday he might. He might be yet another generation that we'll get. But it's even good to see somebody who can bring somebody of that age along, just to experience this. And I think we do have to be open on to doing things that we may in the past have thought, well, it's not their place.
Sorry. Maybe there's another dimension where organizations like ICPMA or other professional organizations can help, because I think one of the issue is how we personally can motivate, attract, or whatever young people. But the other issue is, what is the recognition of a profession in construction industry in the society generally? When somebody is a doctor, I mean, that's something, but have you seen any movie where a structural engineer was a hero? Probably not, But what I'm trying to say, that organizations like ours, yours generally, maybe can also have certain push at a political level, and make promotion of this type of things, because the infrastructure projects, the ecological projects, residential projects, everybody is crying that there's not enough residential in Europe, But if somebody builds residential, does it good, does he get recognition? No. So I think it's difficult to do this promotion on individual basis, but on organizational basis, maybe we could also focus on that.
And maybe, Raquel, I know you want to make a comment, but maybe part of that is that the way in which younger people communicate with each other is not the way in which our generation communicates with each other, and as a result of that, we're missing a level of communication there. Maybe we all need to become influencers.
In Portugal, we faced a construction crisis like 10, 15 years ago. And the families don't want their kids to go to the construction because they have that fear. What we did, and we also felt that lack of motivation to go into the construction sector, we needed to go as a company to the school and tell the kids what we were doing, because we were enthusiastic about our projects and about the things being built. And when we go there and you show it and you show your job, they get motivated. But it's true that in cinema or in social media it's not a fashion job. But I think that if we go to the younger ones, we can motivate it that way also.
Yes, and I think what you find there is that when people who are in the second level of schooling in various parts of the world, if they get an opportunity to actually see what the world of work is like, even for a day, a month, just to see what that job is. I know in Ireland we have a year called transition year, and it's between what's called the junior cycle in secondary school and the senior cycle. And what people do is they actually go for 2 weeks at a time to experience what a company does, just to get a feeling of work. And in our degrees in college, we have work experience, which is also a way in which people can actually go out, work in a company for a number of weeks or even a number of months, experience a number of different types of professions, and decide for themselves which direction they want to go and be ready for that challenge once they graduate. So maybe
Excellent.
That's the way.
Yeah, one more. I'll add some comment to this. I think also what I heard from you is also one factor is maybe being tangible, because if I look back 20 years from now when I was a young engineer, I never would have spoken to you because there's a big aura, you know, yeah. You're a professional and you're far away from my stage, actually, you know. That's opening up now better, you know. We want to make sure that every young engineer can talk to us, and even if you're in a high position like a professor or doctor or whatever else, or a CEO, and I hope this is something we can continue that way, you know. That counts also for Raquel and me. We are the young generation, and I would like to talk to Stefan, for example.
And Stefan, this is one that I'm going to give to you because you presented on sustainability. But one of the things that has happened in this conference is that it has been dominated by AI and discussions about AI. But sustainability hasn't gone away. So, do you want to take this question? Does sustainability still hold the same central role in construction today as it did in the past?
It's very clearly a change in the fitness of the thematic, but 2 years ago everybody was talking about sustainability in Switzerland, and now UBS, our bigger bank, decided not to make the GRESB. GRESB is a system to control if the houses are, which level they are. They did it 10 years and they went up in percent, and at the end it was always more or less the same results, which were very good, and they said it's too much money we expend, so we don't control anymore how good we are in comparison to other banks. So UBS went out of it, so everybody on the market say, should we go out, should we not? But I think we have all the responsibility to continue in this direction, and it's not because 1 or 2% in the world say it's nothing. You see that every year it's hotter. You see that in Switzerland, last year was the hotter year in life on Earth. This year is more hot than the year before, so there is something happening, and I think we all have a rule, and I think also that we have the chance to do that. We have plenty of solutions, and we go in the right direction, and we have to follow that way, but it's no more the trendy thematic.
Yes, because you find this as you go to these conferences from year to year. A number of years ago it was BIM, then it was sustainability, now it's AI.
Yes.
You know, it's almost like a fashion. You know, and
it's a fashion.
Yeah, but really sustainability is about minding our planet, minding where we're working, and minding how we live. And it's not just about energy; it's about our ways of life. And you know, being able to live sustainably is not just it's not just about energy. Anybody else want to add to that? Does anybody have any questions from the floor from our presidents? You're a remarkably quiet audience. We've either bored you to death or we've absolutely stunned you with brilliance. Aha, that created a reaction.
It's just picking up on your comment there about sustainability, is it still relevant, and AI being dominant in discussion. I think that's because we're sort of understanding sustainability a bit more, and yet we're still very much exploring AI. And I think the idea that we don't have any of them is bonkers to me, that projects are just getting more complex because we keep adding to the list, and there's so much more than just time, cost and outcomes now. There's so many more complexity that you need to consider as a project leader.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on that?
Anybody want to take that up?
And it will stay like this. We will have any more ideas coming in and thematic coming in and problems coming in, but that makes our job so interesting. I mean, I never do the same job day after day for years, and I was surprised to remark that now I'm 17 years in the same company. It should be boring, but it's not at all. Every day we have another question, another problem to solve, and this make it very, very interesting and creative.
I do think that one of the things that can cause a problem for us in relation to sustainability and in other things is that we bring in lots and lots of regulations and lots of processes, particularly to meet targets in public sector work. But a lot of those targets are brought in because politicians are sitting in their parliaments for 5 years and they want to get re-elected. And in some cases, some of those targets are actually slowing down the process of doing work. But we certainly do need to look at carbon. We need to look at emissions overall. We need to look more at renewable energy. And we need to look at things as well like water. We're going to have water crises all over the world because it's the world is heating up, so it's getting harder to provide clean water every place. So I think sustainability is something that we have to do. AI is a tool that we have to try to figure out, but sustainability is an ongoing problem because if we don't keep on top of that, we're in serious trouble.
I just wanted to...
In the front? Yes. In the front?
Yes.
This is an easy question. So you mentioned how to attract the younger people to this construction field, and what was your were you attracted to this field? Was it financial? Was it like big dream? And if there were AI at that time, would you still be going to this field?
It's so long ago I can hardly remember. For me, it was pure economics. It was an opportunity to get work. Where I grew up in the west of Ireland, there were very, very few jobs, very few opportunities. I got an opportunity to go and train to be a carpenter. That's what I started as. And then as time went on, I studied more and learned more and got into other positions. But for me, it was purely getting a job. I actually wanted to be an electrician, not be a carpenter, but I discovered when I went to our state electricity board to register for an apprenticeship that I failed the medical, and I couldn't understand why. I was colourblind, and still am. And of course, an electrician cannot be colourblind.
So you're red now.
Yeah. So my second choice was carpentry. So that's how I got into it.
My choice was really to have something after the work you have, to have a construction, to see what you do. And AI would push me more in this, to really touch the thing you do and create something and discuss with people. So that was my way.
Well, my father always showed me the rocks and the structures. So naturally, I was motivated with that. No, but I think it was the problem-solving methodology, the engineering thought that I like it most, and that brought me here. And to the construction sector, this of being the things being done, and with the real impact on the lives of the society, of the people.
Well, anyway, I'm not a civil construction man, but I grew up in the family which is absolutely construction oriented. My father was chief engineer, building large projects as India became independent. My elder brothers, my brother-in-laws, so I saw them building the nation, contributing towards growth. So, but my interest was more towards mathematics and more towards the building the nation in terms of teaching. In fact, that's how I became more teaching and in the area of project management, which I continue to do so. And I enjoy that to build up across the sector, R&D, space, or any field. The whole idea of sharing whatever little you know with the people, with the young generation. So a lot of my students are less than 30. So I do that as a part of my passion to pass on to the next generation whatever little you know.
So, the question is always easy, the answer is difficult. My path was complicated. Well, my mother thought that I am good at drawing, so she said, why don't you become an architect? And because there are no people in my family related to construction whatsoever. They are doctors, and university professors in natural sciences and all that. So I said, well, why not? So I studied architecture and I became an architect. And during the studies, I realized that the talent for drawing is really totally unimportant, because architecture is not about drawing, it's about complex thinking, which I liked somehow. And then I started to work as an architect. And when I worked as an architect, I said, well, architectural design, it's just a fraction of the process, it's just one little piece in the puzzle of real estate development process, of the life cycle process and all that. And I said to myself, well, if you want to be a good architect, you need to understand the priorities and the thinking of the other stakeholders in the process. So I changed a job from being an architect, designer, to being a project manager, and then I worked for developers, and then I worked for investors, etc., and I still haven't returned to design.
Yes, I think it's interesting how our careers have developed. We're just going to take a few final comments on this because we're getting close to it. But Philip, do you want to say anything? Or?
Sure. Yeah. No, I was just curious, to be honest, because I saw the big buildings, and I was a huge infrastructure fan, transportation fan when I was young, subways, highways, etc. And I just want to know how to build these things. That's why I've chosen this way. And your second part of the question, AI. I think if I would have existed when I was young as a student, I would have been corrupted as my students are, yeah? To be very honest with you. I just use AI without knowing what the output is, and just telling the things that AI tells me, without knowing the background, yeah? That's the threat I see, and I would have been the same.
Okay. Yes, and one of the questions that I asked when I started, or was about to start as a carpenter, is will I be able to build my own house? And when I retired, I built my own house, but I waited until I retired to do it. Just on, if anybody wants to look up at some light reading on AI or sustainability or anything else like that, this presentation, by the way, will be available to people afterwards, so they'll be able to look at this themselves. But there's 3 books there that I've read recently. One is on the age of AI, and if you look at the authors, one was the Home Secretary, I think, of US, Kissinger, or State, yes. One was a high-level executive in Google, and one was a lecturer in, I think it was Yale University. Hannah Ritchie, who wrote the other 2 books, is a data scientist from Scotland. She's in her mid-30s, and what she does is she looks at the data behind climate change. And the first thing she discovered in the middle book there is that it's not as bad as we think, but if we don't keep working on it, it will be. And then the second one was she picked 50 different problems that you need to look at if you want to make the world a better place. The middle one was published in 2024. The other one was published just earlier this year. But the second one, she came up with two things that everybody must do if you want to save the world. Stop eating animals that are bigger than you, was one of them, and stop burning stuff. She said, if we do that, we'll save the world. So some parting thoughts then, just as we leave here. One of the things that we should always realize is that we will never be able to work out all of the answers in advance. So some of our best strategies that we have now for CPM may be wrong in the future, because the future may be completely different to what we expect it to be. But we may also, the strategies themselves may not work, and we have to be able to adapt those strategies to deal with the problems that come up in front of us. The second thing is that we will always get unexpected global events. And I hope you got from the presentation some of the things that happened between 2020 and 2025 that were unexpected. But we have to deal with them. And by dealing with them, we have to have a strategy for that. And never underestimate the ability of humanity to overcome that sort of adversity. And I used not these 3 words, but 3 similar words on a Sunday night. We need to be curious. We need to question ourselves. We need to learn. We need to talk to other people. We need to be creative with the information that we gain and the knowledge we gain from that creativity. And the third one I put in there is courage. I had a different one on Sunday night, and the reason I'm putting that in there is ICPMA is a learning organisation, and I learned today that courage is actually a better word than confidence. So I took something out of this conference, and I hope everybody else did as well. But if we have curiosity, creativity and courage, we will take on and we will beat any problem that's put in front of us. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you for participating in the forum. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yes, and thank you all. The closing will be very fast, just to say thank you all to keep it until the end, and that we'll have our gala dinner at 6:30. Thank you. At Glad Hotel. Yes, Sunday. Thank you.